Well, excuse you, princess.
What a good start. What a good
Wait,
start.
oh no! Actually started!
Oh my.
Sweet
Okay.
Jesus.
It's been a while. It really has been. It really has been a
Hi,
while.
guys!
Hello, everyone. It's been like, what, 2 weeks now?
Yeah, 2 weeks since your last stream.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, hell yeah, I'm on the carpet this time. Yeah.
Finally.
This was perfectly timed. Like, the second I unmuted, I heard that burp. That was just.
Don't worry, I can do it on command.
No.
Do it again. Do it again.
You sound so proud of yourself.
Oh god, that's wretched.
Do it again. Keep doing it.
No.
Nah.
No,
Aw.
no, let's.
All
Hello,
right.
everyone.
Hi, guys. Welcome to the stream. If you weren't here last time, I am Recordhead. I will be the interviewer for today. This is Peter. Say hi, Peter. If you don't know him, why are you here?
I am.
Say hi.
Person. Hello. Oh, I got a sub. Thanks for the sub.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Steve, so
thanks,
we're over.
thanks.
It's a good start.
I got like. Oh.
This is Mango. Next to Peter's Mango. He is one of the main developers for Shrine 2, and he's also working on Vomitorium with Scumhead. Say hi, Mango.
Hello.
This is Hakida, main developer of Ultra Kill alongside Peter. Say hi, Hakida. Thank you,
Bruh.
Hakida. Very good insight. Down on the carpet where he wants to be is Ultra64, main developer of Treasure Tech and author of quite a few great, quite a few things. Love that guy.
But yeah, play Treasure Tech Land when it comes.
Oh yeah, Treasure Tech too.
It's not Treasure Tech 2.
I meant as well, like 2 as in TOO.
EOO.
You know?
Wait, there's a treasure tech too?
No way!
Well, I mean, that's what the land is.
And last but not least, Scumhead,
It's definitely least.
leader
thank you.
of working on Shrine 2 and Vomitorium. Say hello, Scumhead.
Hello.
Alright, so how's everybody doing today?
Shite.
I'm not.
Great.
I'm already
I'm
done with my
doing
energy
just
drink. This
fine.
is not good.
Oh, Peter, did you bring the sip juice?
Yeah, one is done. Now I'm about to open the second one.
Yes. It's the
I
White Monster Energy, right?
No, I was cheating on Akira's white juice. I got a green one and a white one.
You probably
How dare
shouldn't
you.
use that phrasing.
No, people will get it.
Cheating on-
I was cheating on Hakira.
Oh, come on, we
Hakira's
just started.
white
Let's
juice.
not go into that just yet. Come on.
Come on, Peter, you gotta save some material for later.
People will understand it. It's.
Don't worry, I got plenty of white juice to go around.
Hockey,
I
that's
know. We
right.
keep drinking it, so. Sharing is caring.
Oh, don't say sharing is caring with that. Not in front of me, at least.
You can share with me.
Think of the children.
Yes, I'm thinking of the children. They don't need to hear this.
Isn't Ultra Kill? I don't know.
Oh.
Ultra Kill is like 18 plus.
We
so
lost
at least
5
to
viewers
Nvidia.
because of that, Hakita. We lost 5 viewers because of that.
And we gained 20.
They'll be back. They just need some time alone. No,
They got a lot on their mind.
with the
I
clip.
don't blame them.
Oh, did someone clip the beginning of the stream?
Yeah, anyway, we should probably get started.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
So
Alright, so now I actually know how to use Trello.
yeah, I've added a new field for important questions. So you just we might drag something in during the stream, but you use the question, the third one. That's the one on stream.
okay.
Yeah.
Priority questions. Oh, so we can have multiple questions on stream?
Now, those are so that we can tell you what question to ask next.
Yes, it's like a priority queue. I don't know. Yeah.
I don't really understand it, but let's go. Okay,
Whoa, that's loud.
here's our first question. What was Hakita's influence when creating the Demons and Angels? Was it Roman Catholic, biblically accurate, Bayonetta, DNC, DMC, or some other depictions?
No, just really, I mean, just kind of whatever I felt like, but technically I didn't design any of the monsters. I usually give all the ideas, but the actual designs are done either by Imp or Jericho. because they're like they can actually draw and I can't draw. So like without their work, all the enemies would probably look something like the very early like demo models of the zombies or the malicious head, where it's like not very interesting. So, but I mean, in terms of like design, I just take whatever I feel like at a time. So there's a bit of Bayonetta there, there's a bit of biblically accurate Angel there, and for demons in general, I just want to go for a sort of statue style.
Also, while we're on the topic of designs, Scumhead, you recently teased that new enemy, right?
Yes, the first infected, the guy with the penis head.
Why? What went through your head when you were making that?
A penis.
Well,
Good
I wanted
point, Akira.
I wanted something like hyper fucked, you know, like it's a
Just-
really ghoulish and horrible idea, but I like the idea of that this because he's got a big like bow made out of flesh. So he's like a hunter type character. So he gets so excited at the idea of the hunt, you can see his like front horse thing like slowly get erect, I guess, because he's excited to fucking murder you. So yeah, I
feel
just
like we
wanted
should-
something hyper fucked up.
I don't know. I think a
Physically
better. I
recoil.
think.
Let's keep it down a little bit. That's a little too weird.
No, I think.
You
I
asked
think.
about it.
I think a better design was the one where I looked at my Twitter timeline and I see Scumhead retweeting porn.
Hey, that's called fan art.
Hey, I didn't. When I
I mean,
opened Twitter, I didn't expect to see uncensored wolf vagina.
Just make a second account and then
Akira, shut up!
No, I will not.
Ah.
If you're following me, you're seeing roll of titties whether you like it or not. Gotta subject you guys to some culture. Gee.
Nice.
Culture.
Okay.
Thank you, Mako.
But for real, that's no.
I definitely wasn't ready to see that. That's for
Ugh.
sure.
We're ready now.
Okay, moving on to the next question.
Barry said unfollowed forever.
This one is for Peter and Hakita. How did you start working on Ultra Kill, and how has the work on it been besides the constant Unity crashes?
No, that's me.
Is it for you?
The
I think it's for
crashes.
both of you.
I mean the crashes.
Oh, okay, it's for you then.
Oh,
Well,
wait,
what's it
Hakira's typing something on the. What's going on?
Yeah, I was typing it so that I wouldn't interrupt you.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay, I'm just. I was grabbing my phone from the floor, so I wasn't focused. Yeah, so we can
Okay.
just. Okay.
You can just skip that one, I guess.
I can just say something about Unity. I can say that I love Unity with
No, I
all
mean-
of my heart.
No, I
and-
mean, okay. You can do this question. I'm just saying about the next question that we can skip that. Because you didn't actually answer the question last time.
Okay, then go for it.
I love Unity with all of my heart, and if I could, I would marry Unity. Because every day when I wake up and I start to work on something and I really get into it, and Unity crashes, it's such a reminder to me that I don't know that that I love Unity. That's it. That's why I love it. That's why I love working on Ultra Kill, because Unity is making everything enjoyable, and everything breaks. And that I'm serious.
Is this like a sadomasochism thing?
Yeah,
I was gonna ask.
What's
It
it?
is.
Stockholm syndrome or something?
yeah.
The Earthbound trending on Twitter. Is it because of how underrated it is?
Oh God, not this again.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I think that's it.
Next topic.
Yeah, you didn't actually answer how you get started on Ultra Kill though.
Oh, I didn't read that part. Sorry, I'm. Okay, yeah. How did I start working on Ultra Kill? I've started by. Someone's hitting their microphone. I've started by. Wait, when was it? I think you can correct me if I'm wrong, Hakira, because of course
I
you
don't
were
know.
there. I think it started when I was at first I was just being on the knockout forum, and I saw Akira posting some cool videos and previews of a game he's making, and I just got interested. I was commenting and stuff, and when she released a demo, I started quite quickly, extensively modding it and making fun videos like Ultra Gune or Ultra Coins. And at some point, I think I've just started to. I mean, pretty quickly I started to talk with Akira in the DMs about the game mostly, and I think at some point I've just started somewhat helping him with the game, with the code. And I think it just evolved from that. You can correct me if I'm wrong. If I misremembered something, Akira.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think it started because you were like, oh, I wanna work on like a level editor thing.
Oh, was it because of that? That was one of the things I was doing.
Yeah, because then I started sharing like files from the project with you, and then you were like, then we were like, whatever, I'll just give you the whole project, it'll be easier.
Oh yeah, I helped you set up Git then, and we just okay, I guess that's how it's. That was the final push, Yeah, makes sense.
Right, yeah.
That's everything.
Moving on to the next question. What is the breakdown of time spent shitposting and spent working?
So there usually is no difference. I do both at the same time. Many people don't know. Well, maybe people know, but often my shitposts are actually work. I'm using them as excuses to, mostly when I'm working on the level editor, to actively improve the game and the level editor. Like, all shitposts have a theme. Like, for example, Living the Dream was just a general me trying out the editor and improving a lot of things. The library was obviously the book rewrite. And the pizza map was mostly about improving item interactions in custom levels. So, like, most shitposts have an actual purpose. And I'm not wasting time, so please don't please don't attack me when I post funny meme instead of working on the game.
Funny meme. We aren't mad at you, Peter. We love you.
Thanks.
Anyways, moving on to the next question. What makes a good enemy roster?
Ooh, I like this question.
Maybe we will just do we just go top to down?
Yeah, let's see what we did last time.
Okay. Well, what I think makes a good enemy roster is, well, first of all, the obvious one is variety, in that every enemy fulfills a slightly different role. They all have some kind of unique interaction together. Like they're all like a small part of a greater whole. Like when you put a bunch of enemies together, they'll be a combination instead of just like for an example, if Doom was just zombie shotgunners and zombie machine gunners and zombie chain gunners, it would just be a boring game. But because you have all these different roles that are being filled by all these different kinds of enemies, then that makes it much more interesting and makes the encounters much more interesting. And another important thing, at least for me, is sort of, at least what I really like in enemies is simplicity, which is that every enemy has like a one clear thing that they do, and it's you always know, like when you go up against an enemy, you always have a pretty good idea of what they'll do next. So you can sort of, even if you don't see them on screen, you can sort of, you'll have at least have an idea in your head of what they might be doing right now. Because at least in an FPS, that's really important to know, since you can't have a full view of the arena at all times. But that's not like, I guess that's not really necessary. That's more of a matter of opinion. But oh yeah, and also visual clarity, of course. It's really important for you to be able to tell enemies from each other, because some games just have all the enemies look way too similar, and then you're like, oh, that was a machine gun guy, oh, that was a shotgun guy, oh. But yeah, I think those are the big things for me.
Mingo, what about you?
Yeah. What I'd also say like variety in general. Like everything fills a different role, and I think that they all should have like a place within level design. Like, for example, ogres in Quake, they're like made so much better when you like put them high up and then they just cause chaos to rain down with their bouncing grenades everywhere and well, it's just like enemies should work within like the levels that you have designed. And so like for example, if you have a game with only wide open areas and you put hit scan attackers there, I think you're not very adept at enemy creation. And but like in general, I think the solution to deal with each enemy could also be like different, and each enemy has its own like weaknesses to certain things. Cause like in Shrine 2, certain enemies they do things upon death. Like the gas guys, they erupt into two smaller enemies, which are a massive pain in the ass to take care of. So to keep them from splitting, you freeze them with a ice gun. Or you could hit them with a fire gun and catch their gas on fire and turn them into basically an explosive barrel. Then but yeah, like every enemy has their own Achilles tendon or Achilles heel for you to sever with a certain weapon or method. And but yeah, mostly it's just gonna be me repeating the same thing Akita says. So
I'm just that smart.
And humble.
You're brilliant.
And humble. I'm the humblest person you'll ever know. Yeah, how about Peter?
Yeah, I don't have anything new to add either. I just agree with the.
No, obviously, you're a professional game designer. You know all about these enemies.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, Akira. And nice.
Yeah, but the
Humble,
scumhead.
clever, and just nice. That's.
My turn, yeah?
Yeah.
Hooray. Just don't make your enemies piss me off. So many FPS games just have these annoying as shit enemies for no reason. Like the fucking what are they called in Doom 2? The guys who set you on fire. What are they
Arch
called?
Files, they're amazing.
They're horrible.
They're great.
They're horrible.
Files are amazing. They're
put
great
us
because of
stop
how horrible
at
they are.
every single moment. They just like, oh, now I have to sit here and deal with this guy, and I can't just
Well,
have
that's the
fun.
point. You have enemy priority. That's important to have. You can't just have it be a cake.
And I hate it.
Aw, here we
Honestly, those files
go.
are exactly why I said what I said. Because like, in certain places, they're one of the coolest enemies in the game, but in certain other places, they're absolutely unfucking bearable.
That's true. I think people misuse them a lot, which gives them their reputation. But I think they are an excellently designed enemy that just puts pressure on the player.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, absolutely.
I just
But of
yeah,
course.
that and like having visual. Basically, Akita answered this question perfectly, and we're all just paraphrasing exactly what he said.
We're literally
I'm
just
not. I
adding
have
on to
some
it.
things to say.
Well,
Well,
I
I'm
suppose
interested.
my statement is concluded, and it can be transitioned onto Ultra.
Please give up on us your amazing information, Ultra.
So I brought this up on Twitter a couple days ago. I think it applies here perfectly. The one important thing about enemy variety is if you're going to make someone play a full-length fucking game and you only fight 3 different enemy types, painkiller. It'll really get grating really fast if you're playing super long levels and you're fighting guy who walks up to you with a stick, guy who shoots a slow projectile, guy who has a little bit more health than a flamethrower. The whole like 6-hour video game. It's insane. You have to mix it up. If you're designing an FPS, you have to have enemy variety or people are going to get bored. So it could be anything. Just melee guys, projectile guys, do whatever. Make a horse with a gas mask that has a lot of HP and can carnage you instantly. That's amazing. Do stuff like that. Get experimental. Enemies are just as important as anything else in FPS.
Yeah, like, that was another thing I kind of wanted to mention, but forgot. Enemies are enemies are as much content as the levels are.
Even
I
more
think-
so, I would say.
I
Yeah,
think for an FPS, I think for an FPS, there's three things: the levels have to be interesting, the enemies have to be interesting, and most importantly, the gunplay has to be interesting, or whatever like weapon. It could
Actually-
be a melee thing.
But actually, you only need like 2 of those things. Because like if you have good gunplay, you have good levels, then it's okay if the enemies are just eh. But if you have good gunplay and you have good enemies, then it's okay if the levels are just eh. Because you know, games that have just a single arena or something are fine like with that.
I think
Oh,
you're
wow.
right in this sense. If the gunplay and level design, or I guess if 2 of the things that we mentioned excel, it kind of supports the third one. It makes me leave something desired. I won't lie. Like I'll notice if something's like it could be better. And I'll be
Yeah.
thinking about that. But the game will come off as like it'll be like a B plus or B at that point, which is good. A B is good. If your game is a B, you've succeeded.
I was gonna say, honestly, it kind of reminds me of like, don't hate me for this, but the first Serious Sam game, despite loving it, its level design leaves a little bit to be desired, but
I think the whole game
Weapons
leaves a
and
lot to
enemies.
be desired. Mostly a good game.
Hey, you know what? At least it's better than Painkiller.
Well, that's not a very high bar.
No, a lot
That's
of
a
people
pretty
will
low
talk about how
bar, man.
Painkiller's better than Serious Sam. Like, you're
I
insane.
have never heard a single.
I've
person
heard
say-
multiple people say.
Yeah, they're all
What?
imaginary in
Yeah,
your
they're-
fucking head.
I told you, I'm a psychopath game developer, and you might be right.
You gotta be kind of a psychopath to actually play Painkiller.
You got that right. Fuck Painkiller.
like,
Hey,
weapons
is that it?
and-
Are we moving on?
Sure.
I think Mango has one more thing to say.
Oh,
Yes, Mango?
well, basically, I was saying like the level design, it's all right, but like the weapons and enemies work so well together that honestly, I could probably just have an empty test map and have fun for hours. Like, so like the level design's perfectly passable, but like, let's just go on.
Mango,
yeah.
you
Well, I
gotta.
mean, that's
Yeah,
Ultra Kill in a
let's just go
nutshell.
on.
Passable level design with good gunplay and enemies, and that's enough for the game. Apparently, it's 99% positive on Steam.
Great, good job.
Good job, man.
Because
Well,
you know
that's
I'm
because the
humble.
gunplay
I
and
should probably
enemies
leave a
are
review
fucking
for it, so I like
fantastic.
Yeah, see, you know, you don't need good level design if you do decent gunplay.
I
Good
didn't
level
say
design can go a
decent.
long way.
The level
That makes a
design
good
is
game
fine.
go to a great
I-
game. I'm just saying,
Other
you
than
should strive to
Bridgeburner,
do as well as
I
possible.
hate Bridge Burner. Why did you
Oh,
make
well,
that level?
that's kind of a rude thing to say about a Doom
Burner is
modder.
cool.
Bridge
I
Burner is
think-
like
I think-
Please, let's just
I
go
think-
on for the.
I think
Let's
it
go
just
on to
missed
the-
the, I think it just missed the Ultra Kill level, but let's pretend it's the Doom modder by the same name.
I'm confused. I was like, why did he mention this guy all of a sudden?
Yeah.
What did he do?
Oh,
Yeah,
they-
by the way, this one person I know, fuck him.
I hope someone spits in his coffee. I hate it. Anyways, let's go on to the next question.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
go.
yeah,
Yeah, next
Let's
question.
just
Who's the
move.
worst Doom modder?
Oh, I hope
that's
it's
Bridge
me.
Burner. I hate that guy. All right, moving on. This one's for Ultra. How did you come up with Treasure Check?
I feel like I answered this last time.
Yeah, I feel like we already
you?
did. Yeah,
Okay.
Wario Land.
If we did, then all right. Yeah, it was Wario Land 4. This one's also
There's more
for
to it than that, but yes.
just Wario Land 4. That's it.
Yeah, that was
Uh,
Yeah, just dismiss me
TLDR.
right in front of my eyes.
This one's also for Ultra. Any plans for other games or game engines?
I would really. The dream situation is at some point in the distant future, when I can find the time, I would like to make a commercial game. I want to make my own Metal Slug. I really love Metal Slug, and Nazca and SNK aren't gonna do it. They're just gonna keep pumping shit out with the Metal Slug license. So I'll just have to make my own one day, and that's it. One day in the future, in the long distant future, years from now, I'm gonna make my own Metal Slug, and I bet it's gonna be a huge waste of time, but I'll like it.
Call it Treasure Slug.
I'd play it.
No, no, no. Why would I do that? That's
Because that would be funny.
No, call it Metal Tech.
I agree.
Metal Tech. That's actually a pretty cool name.
Nah, we're going with Treasure Slug. I've decided.
No, why does it have to be treasure tech related? It could be its own entirely different thing. Not
But
everything
it'd
I
be
make
funny.
has to be
I've decided
treasure
for
tech.
you.
I think
tech guy.
I think Treasure Slug sounds more like a collaboration between Scumhead and Ultra.
Oh, there'd be like
Well,
a weird
Sluggy.
like. Oh
Why
no,
is
it'd be
what
like
does
a
Scumhead
treasure
have to
chest
do with
made of like
slugs?
flesh.
I don't know. That just
Sluggo.
seemed like a shrine thing to have gross biological things.
That does seem like a
Hello,
very
do you think
Scumhead
it
thing to
is?
do.
I love
Oh, I
Sluggo.
kind of just
I like those.
All right, moving on.
I'm surprised I got that question. I didn't even know I got that question.
This one is for Hakita, I think. Yeah, this is Hakita. How did you discover and get into noise music?
That's a good question. Well, I mean, I don't remember how I discovered it. It was probably just like hearing Merzbound going, haha, wow, music, am I right? And then then I just like slowly my taste in music kept evolving, because like originally, you know, when I was a kid, I was like, oh, Metallica is the hardest thing ever, and then you get used to that, and then you get the next level, this like death metal, and then you get used to that, and then you need like fucking free jazz, and then you get used to that, and you just keep going up to find like more intense music, and eventually it got to like the point where I actually now I remember specifically. There's a couple moments that were sort of defining for me as sort of getting into noise music, which were the first one was like Heartbreak Wonderland by Waltz and Girlfriend, because that has like the second to last song is like, because otherwise it's mostly calm. There's some moments of intensity, but it's mostly calm. And then like the second to last song is like really dark, and then it has like these big walls of noise just suddenly popping in and out, and it like at the time I was in like high school, and just fucking blew my mind when I first time I heard it, because like is this music? I don't know, I don't like it, but I kind of want to listen to it again. And then it sort of went out from there, where that's how I got into experimental music originally, and then later on I heard another album that was Boredom's album called Super AE, and that was like, that also had that like the first track, it's like this really warping like guitar intense thing that's constantly going between noise and just like guitar build up, and then the whole rest of the album is really like this chill, like sort of almost summery feeling sort of jams, and it's like this amazing contrast. And that was sort of when it finally clicked for me, I think, was that sort of how amazing that kind of like hyper intensity can be as like a tool of contrast. And then eventually I just didn't even need the contrast anymore. I was just jamming out to Ejaculation Generator by Masana.
That's a title for a song.
Ejaculation.
By the way,
Generator.
it's mistyped. It's a generate error, like ER. It's very important that you misspell it.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's
search on Google for the wrong one. Oh
Mm.
heavens!
I don't know if I missed something, but like this is the only album that is not on. Maybe not the only one, but it's missing. Like that artist has other albums on like Spotify, YouTube Music, and everything, but this one, Ejaculation Generator, is missing.
It should be on YouTube. I can just fucking
On
link
YouTube,
it
yeah,
in
but on
Twitch
YouTube
chat.
Music, it's not like officially published like all the other albums. It's
Yeah, well, that's noise music. You know, it's people just
but
like
the other
shitting
ones
out.
are there. Like the other albums.
Yeah,
are...
but these are people who don't really, because like the thing about noise is that it's usually people who don't know how to make music. They don't care about making music. They just want to make like intense sound, and it's like they really don't care much about archival or like what's the word, like keeping things sort of not losing things, like not losing
Yeah.
old albums and stuff. That's not really something they care much about it. So it's just like, okay, I released Ejaculation Generator and then it's Into the Void, whatever. So sometimes albums like that can be like completely lost to history.
That's a fair point, but I still find it weird that the other albums are there, but this one is just missing.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I don't think it's something you'd want to add to standard rotation. So it's good to just have it separate, like you just look it up on YouTube or something.
One of the funniest things to me is that my friend hates heavy metal, and he says it sounds like they're like smacking a stick against a trash can, and I'm like, there is literally a type of music that is literally just that, and you're missing it, and you're trying to say metal is that.
Oh yeah, because it is really everything about the intensity in music is completely relative. Because like, you remember if you look back to like 1950s, rock and roll was starting out, rock and roll around the clock and stuff, and people were like, oh, this is way too crazy. This will make the young people violent and crazy. And the same thing happened for jazz. When jazz originally started, people were like, oh, this new form of music is degeneracy, it's gonna ruin society. And you can trace that like back all the way across history, because people keep like, because they're sort of like relative like it keeps, people keep getting used to more intense music even as a society, so it keeps like ramping up. And then we went to dubstep is just noise, and now people are used to dubstep, so now just we get 100 gex and people like 100 gex is just noise, and then 10 years from now 100 gex is just fine normal stuff people listen to.
Feeling that in 100 years, people are going to be listening to the sounds that tinnitus make, that sound, and say, "Oh, that's some good music right
where
there."
noise music is right now. Like,
Yeah, there's noise music like that. Yeah, especially if you go to like the Onkyo scene where you have Good Morning and Good Night. That's an album that's Otomo Yoshihide is a part of, and Sachiko Am, and that's like an album that is just fucking ear-shattering, like actual pain to listen to even on low volume. So that kind of stuff already exists. It's just gonna have to bubble up to the surface eventually.
so Hakita, I have a question about like, do you vibe to noise music, or are you like sitting down? Really? You're like, oh, this is freaking pog, bro.
I'm like when I listen to Ejaculation Generator, especially, it's just like it's kind of a transition. Like it's a sort of halfway state between being just like completely blanked out from the intensity and like just like being completely unable to think, but it's still right on that line. So I'm still like sort of fucking bobbing, like feeling out the sound. And it's like I don't know how to describe it, but it's sort of it's like a halfway between like just like completely being sort of in a trance state and still like feeling out the music.
Medically induced brain fog.
I mean, yeah, it's fucking cool.
With
It is.
with noise music, I don't really listen to a lot of it, but I've listened to some that I've enjoyed. There's something about sitting there with this just storm of sounds, but then your brain starts picking up on like there's something in there that's like articulated, and it's kind of satisfying,
Usually it's mostly like texture oriented rather than like sort of having melody or structure or anything like that. So it's usually like sort of different kinds of textures coming in and out, and then intensity slowly rising and falling. So it's just sort of getting into a sort of trance state almost.
Okay. It's less of a...
It soaks in as opposed to like standard music where it's
Yeah.
It sounds like
immediately
more of
heard.
an ambient experience.
Kind of, yeah. Sort of the flip side of ambience, where instead of just being like relaxed, you're like completely on edge and you're fucking
Iron
heart is coming out of
cocaine
your chest.
body.
And like the first time I listened to Dharma, which was my first Merzbow album, I remember halfway through the album, I had to get up to take a piss, and like I took my headphones off, and I stood up and I was shaking while trying to walk to the bathroom.
Holy crap!
It was
That's,
fucking,
like,
it was
scary.
fucking great. Nah, it was great. I loved it.
For
It's gonna give you tinnitus.
Well, I mean, I already have tinnitus, so whatever.
Of course you do.
It's
I don't
worth
listen to
it.
noise music.
I think we talk more about noise music than FPS games now, so maybe we should move on.
The
oh, no.
noise music podcast.
Yeah.
In case you guys can't tell, I have very strong opinions on music.
You called me a slice of white bread for my music taste.
You are fucking white bread.
I am not white bread.
That's
White
what
bread
pieces
is
of
not
white bread
music.
would say.
He's like, oh, my favorite band is Gorillaz. Like, fucking fuck off.
It's
Hey,
fair. It's
I
a
Gorillaz
wasn't
is
even that
good.
bad. They were a great band.
it's a pretty obscure
Oh
band.
yeah,
To be
you
fair,
know, white bread is a pretty good bread if you just put some fucking spice on it or something.
Oh come
Put some
on! How
meat
is it?
on
How
there.
are they white bread? At least they're different than like I don't know whoever the
All
heck.
right. Let's move on.
All right,
Next
Got each other's
question.
throats.
That's cool. You can do this by yourselves later.
I want to see them fight like in an arena.
I would.
I mean,
destroy
I
Hakuda.
already-
I would
I already
destroy
know-
Hakuda.
I already know
Oh.
I can eat white bread, so I'm fine.
It's getting
Oh, now you
scary.
want to fight? You didn't answer the fighting question
Yeah,
last
let's
time.
go.
Now you.
Oh, you want to go? We can. Oh, I got it.
All right, let's
I
next
see you.
question. Come on.
Next
Come on, come on.
Let's go. Let's
Okay.
go.
If you could replicate any gun from an FPS IRL, what would it be and why?
Oh man, shit.
Oh, I know. Tool gun from Gmod.
Ooh. No, that's a good
Oh.
one.
That's a great one.
That's a good one.
Does Gmod count as an FPS though?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's first person.
Yeah.
And you shoot
It
things.
feels more like
Yeah,
it's
it's
a
first-
sandbox though.
Yeah, but you
It's
use
their
first person
sandbox
Based off
Yeah,
a
yeah,
FPS.
go-
first-person shooter. It's based off a first-person shooter.
Guys, I don't know if Half-Life 2 counts an FPS. It's more of a physics game.
I'm actually
Hang on.
kind of with Recordhead a little bit there
Thank you. Thank
because, like, does that mean Minecraft is an FPS?
Yes,
Well, you
don't
it is
really
an
shoot in
FPS.
Minecraft.
It is
play
not an
against-
FPS.
I mean,
First
there
person
are servers and
shooter.
mods with.
Hey, let's get
You
back
also
to the
get a
question.
bow and arrow. Come on.
Oh,
It
that's
is a bow
good
and
one.
arrow. That does not count.
I mean,
Alright,
that
let's
get
counts
back to the
as
question, guys.
first-person shooting, but I don't know if it makes Minecraft. Like when you think of Gmod, you don't think of like that type of shit.
I don't know.
Well,
I
I
think
don't
I
think
think
I
most
ever
people.
think
RP or whatever.
Yeah, I think
all the
most people
that
who
play
play
trouble in
Gmod
Paris.
have spent a pretty fucking big amount of that time shooting at things.
Okay, whatever.
well.
Citizens aren't
Bingo.
supposed to have guns, you know.
Well, admins aren't supposed to.
You got
Hold on.
kicked.
Mango, what would be your gun?
Well, I would say the tool gun, but I desire for originality, and I'd probably say the hive hand from Half-Life because I'd have friends.
Let me
Oh.
tell you about my best friend. It recharges ammo really slow.
Don't you have to like stick your hand inside the hive hand to use it though? Like,
That's the good part.
Yeah, the A grunts have to do it, so Mango has to as well. Gordon does.
ugh,
Hey,
ugh.
hey, I'd probably get used to it.
You probably start to like it. Like, hey, this kind of feels good.
All right. That's either
Okay,
No,
okay,
no, no,
maybe
no, no,
the,
no.
okay, the Hornet gun from the Hive Slayer from Shrine 2, so I don't have to stick my hand in it.
There you go. That's like the
All
same gun.
That's like it's
Pretty
the
much.
same thing.
Except it's not as gross.
All
You
right,
should
Peter,
make it
what about
gross.
you?
Do you have one, Peter?
A gun.
Yeah, from an FPS. Is there one that you like?
Hmm.
You'd like that? That would be a cool thing to have.
That's a. I mean, it's like most of them. Like tool gun is unique. Tool gun was a good answer. Most of them just kill, and
Well, let me-
How about the PSP from SMod?
for S-Mod,
PSP.
I
It's
cannot.
technically a gun in that game, so you just get a free PSP.
Hmm,
You like the PSP, Peter?
yes,
Sorry.
I think we killed Peter.
No, I cannot think now. So,
Yeah,
I'm starting to realize that drinking two of them this quickly wasn't a good idea because
Just let it soak in. Just don't,
Yeah.
don't let your brain explode.
Don't die.
Don't die.
You need an
I
antacid.
mean, to be fair, it would be a good clip. So,
That'll make it worth.
It would be, according to Recordhead, it would be very funny.
Yes, it would be very funny. Extremely hilarious. Very funny.
Okay, how about Scumhead?
Easy choice, portal gun.
Oh,
I'm boring as fuck.
I don't know. That's a pretty good pick though. The only problem
like-
is it only works on what is it? It only works on moon dust and nothing else. That's kind of a big problem with that thing. But
You
Yeah,
also-
but it would
oh wait,
very-
maybe
It would make some amazing transportation from the Earth to the moon, though.
hey, maybe
That's
the
true. I'd sell it to the government for like $1 billion, and they'd be like, "I've got so much money."
I feel like they just take it from you and like stick their tongue out and run off.
No, I'd hit them with it. I'd go, "You ain't taking no gosh darn portal gun from me, young man."
Oh,
That's what I'd say.
That's
maybe
a good
the,
plan. That's a pretty good plan.
Thank you.
Maybe the white gel from Portal 2 is easily obtainable. Wink, wink, and you can use it on.
Oh, because of my
Just
white
about
juice.
anything.
I will
Legitimate
say that
question.
Cave Johnson horribly died because of all the moon dust. Just letting you know.
Okay, but legitimate question. If you know how in Portal you can just go in an infinite loop if you shoot under you and then above you. What would happen if you did that in real life? Would you just keep going forever?
I imagine the momentum would probably
It'd kill you eventually.
you
yeah.
would
Yeah, I mean,
you would pass out
Yeah.
from the G-force. You would fall unconscious from the G-force at some point, or your head would hit
Oh,
the edge and you would snap your neck instead.
No, it would be going
No,
so
your
fast
head
it would like
hit the edge and
teleport your
become
head.
a mess.
Terminal velocity.
Uh-huh.
So, someone in the chat says you
I
sound
said
like
that already.
you sound like Gabe Newell, Ultra.
What Half-Life 3 is never happening. The fuck.
Well, now you especially sound like him.
Start talking about brain chips.
I'm
How-
not going to be doing that.
Start-
I'd like to answer the question. Is everyone else good to go, or?
Yeah,
I
Oh,
yeah,
wait,
don't know
wait,
that.
another question from the chat. Quick, ask if they think the new Fallout games are first-person shooters.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, they are.
I mean, they,
If you play them in third person, I mean, like,
Question asked.
Yeah, but if you play them in third person, you're wrong and stupid.
not that necessarily, but I feel like it's not really made for third person. It's that third person camera is really just so you can look at your character every once in a
I
while.
think it's
Yeah,
just there
so
for
you're just
dramatic
wrong and
effect.
stupid if you use it.
My answer, like I don't want a weapon to hurt anyone. Let me just say that. Like when it comes to weapons, I don't want
Sure.
to hurt anyone. But this is one of the most deadly of them all. The M60 from Halo 1, the Halo 1 pistol, but the it's super rounds that it has. Well, if you've played any of my mods, you should know I like really giant handguns. So that thing is the hugest of them all, and it kills everything. You can kill hunters in one shot. It's great.
Yeah.
Halo 1 pistol is a mechanical masterpiece. I think it is a very well designed
pretty
weapon
incredible.
aesthetically and in gameplay.
The only way to beat legendary is with that fucking weapon.
You know, you say that like that's like a chore. I think that's a privilege that I get to do
Yeah,
that.
it is.
I love that fucking thing. They brought it back as a power weapon you can unlock like as a special bonus in Halo 5.
Really?
Specifically, it's low poly and everything. It has like an up-res texture,
Oh
but it
my
uses all the
God.
same
Definitely
sound,
Halo.
all the same HUD and animations. It's just the Halo 1
incredible.
pistol and it kills
That's
Or
actually
that's
pretty
Me, that
cool.
kind of thing.
Half-Life 1 pistol.
Ugh.
The Glock is
That's
useful.
cool.
The Half-Life.
I mean,
1
it's-
it's,
I mean,
it's
you
very
can-
useful. It's a good part of the kit.
You could just probably go to like an American store and buy it.
Yeah, we can just
Yeah,
go to
it's
Walmart,
just a
man.
little
that's
normal
the most-
ass
Walmart.
No,
That's
wait.
Guys, it's almost as if Record here is fucking white bread.
No, I didn't say.
Leave it alone.
Listen to me. I wasn't saying I liked it. I was asking your opinions on it.
I think it's in terms mechanically,
Pretty
yes.
good.
I think it has its place in the Half-Life kit. Otherwise, it's just a
Pretty good.
Glock. Come on.
Yeah.
I think all of
Yeah,
Half-Life 1's
visually, it's
weapons
just
feel like
a
ass.
I think you are horribly mistaken.
No.
but we'll save that for
No,
another-
Half-Life
Kick
1.
your ass, scumhead.
I'm pretty sure
Record
Half-Life 1
pen.
had some really cool weapons, good feeling weapons especially.
Yeah, Half-Life 1 was way better than Half-Life 2.
Yeah, I mean maybe
Half-Life 2
not
are-
better, but way more
Half-Life
unique
2.
and brave, I would say.
Had to pick one, it would probably be the glue-on gun from Black Mesa, specifically Black Mesa.
I like Black Mesa's weapons. They're good.
Black Mesa's gluon gun is 10 times better than Half-Life 1's.
I think that is insane. The range on it is so cut down. I don't even think it shares the same explosive quality that the Gold Source gluon gun has.
Okay, but
I'm not gonna go on a rant. I think we should move on before this.
Whoa.
yeah, you can't see that in Half-Life 1, can you?
Shut up.
I'm not gonna.
My ass is heavy.
Check in.
I'm with you there, Record Head. I think Black Mesa did the Half-Life 1 weapons a lot better.
Oh yeah,
I
100%.
disagree, but we'll agree.
I haven't
We
even
can do
played
that one,
Black
that's
Mesa, so I
later.
can't say anything.
Like
Let's
specifically
go.
the pistol.
Next
The
question.
pistol in Half-Life 1 just looks like it's like thrown together with 2 polygons.
Because it's a Glock.
Have you know that's
That's what it is in real life.
But it just doesn't even look.
It's a tube.
We talked
He's
enough
like
about Half-Life. Come
two-
on. I don't want to talk about Half-Life.
Next
no more,
question.
and I'm sure the people.
Let's go on to the next question.
All right, fine. Have any of you heard of, played, or heard the soundtrack of a game called Blasphemous?
Yes.
I think we've all probably heard of it, but I at least
Yeah,
haven't
I
played it.
Is
I played it.
is Blasphemous the dude that
I've
has
heard of
like the big pointy helmet, or?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's got the cone head and looks like 2D Dark Souls kind of.
Oh, okay. I've seen it. I
Yeah,
haven't
right,
played
yeah.
it. That's not really the kind of game that I would normally play, but it looked neat.
Yeah, it looks really good.
I played it if you want my opinion on it.
Sure.
Yeah. What's the deal with it?
Beautiful game, gameplay.
Oh, is it one of those cases where it's an artist that has no idea what game design is, so they make a really cool looking game, but it ends up playing kind of like.
I mean, that's
Well,
basically me in a nutshell, so I can't really critique it too hard.
I don't think that's the. But you know what I'm talking about, though. They had something they wanted to
Yeah.
do, but they didn't really think
Substance.
much about it. Game design was second to art, which is not how it
Yeah.
That's
Like
just
it.
Hollow Knight in general.
Styles
Well, I
will
think-
never go above substance.
Blasphemous is just, it was like super frustrating. Really, you know where a really influential game comes out and then every game tries to be like that game but just doesn't really get it.
Just
like-
Dark Souls.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was trying really hard to be Dark Souls, and it made it. It was like it was trying so hard. It was like really immersion breaking for me. I don't know. That game, I did not enjoy. Art wise, fantastic, but that's something I'd rather watch like a let's play of than play myself
You just
personally.
admire the art and not have
Yeah.
to deal with any of the shit yourself. That's understandable.
Because I think in general, if I could just say a quick opinion, I think in general I'm just not a like I think almost all the sort of Dark Souls inspired games always took the wrong lesson. Even Dark Souls 2 and 3, which is that they kept taking the game like in an action direction, but the action was never what Dark Souls and Demon Souls were
Yeah.
about. The world and exploration.
What do you mean press B to dodge is the whole purpose of Dark Souls?
Yeah,
dude?
you know,
Uh,
press B to dodge and then press R1 once and then
Yeah,
back off
oh
and
my
wait to
God.
attack again.
That's like all of Dark Souls 3.
You just they have like those iceberg memes, right? At the very bottom of the Dark Souls iceberg meme is just two guys in invasion just running in circles trying to backstab each other. It's like, like that's once you've experienced all of Dark Souls, that's all you have left is two guys just trying to backstab each other with bad netcode.
But I mean, personally, like I still love DS2 and DS3 to death. They're like still like probably up there in my top 10 because I'm a
I
FromSoft.
do too. Honestly, I fucking love both of them.
Dark Souls
I have-
is
I have-
extremely influential. No one's been able to I don't think there's not been a successful clone of Dark Souls to like match that level that they have. No one surpassed it.
No one surpassed it. I know. Record, is it you who hates Hollow Knight?
I don't hate Hollow Knight. I love the way it looks. I think it has an amazing soundtrack, but just in general, I hate Metroidvanias. I don't like that type of game at all. So I just didn't like the way it played.
Hmm.
That's fine. If you don't like Metroidvanias, then that
You're gonna
I guess
hate
you wouldn't like Hollow Knight.
Vomitorium.
The thing, Vomitorium, I actually really liked. I don't know what it was about it, but specifically, I felt it was more easy to navigate than say something. I felt a bit more streamlined, rather than me going in the same 5 circles over and over and never finding anything.
Yeah, well, okay. The reason why I brought up Hollow Knight is because I think that game has a very similar like sort of atmosphere and vibe, but I think it does its own thing, and it
Yeah.
gets
I think
really
that's what's
close.
important to take away is they got its own identity.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even consider Hollow Knight to be at all Dark Souls.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I don't even think of a Dark Souls when I think of Hollow Knight. I think of Hollow Knight. They did a good job.
I only
with that.
play Dark Souls. I compare every game to it.
Man, this is, you know,
What
I
are you,
think,
a fucking
this game is
journalist?
I think this is the Dark Souls of games that you play as bugs, guys.
Honestly, Dark Souls is the Dark Souls of Dark Souls.
I mean, okay, there's benches
Ultra
that you
Kill
rest
is the
at.
Dark
Basically, a
Souls
software.
of games that are made by Hakita.
Nah, you haven't played a lot of them if you think that.
How many have you actually made, Hakita?
Oh,
Like,
I mean,
I've
this is like the first big one, but I do have like game jam games, and then I have
Oh,
fucking.
yeah.
Oh, I have a fucking old Flash game I made called Red Night, and that was fucking. I think like 2 people ever beat it.
Wait, you made Dark
You
Souls?
should post some of them in the Discord server. I feel like a lot of people
Well,
would
too
be
bad I
interested.
can't because it's a Flash game and Flash got fucking shut down.
Oh,
Oh,
dang it! I
yeah.
forgot.
Rest in peace.
I mean, there are desktop
I
player
do
Flash
see.
players. They're like actual good Flash players for archival
Yeah.
and stuff.
I think if you're gonna play
Give it
Flash
to
games,
me.
playing them in a browser is at a disadvantage. Sorry if I was interrupting you.
I don't know. I think we all completely lost track of what we were even trying to talk about.
I think that's
Isn't
fine.
this a
matter.
blasphemous
What even
question?
was the question?
Let's go to the next question.
Yeah.
We have all night because I'm on 2 sips.
Okay, maybe Rot.
Oh yeah, the Twitch question, the one in the priority.
Here's a very specific one for Hakita.
Oh, no.
Hold on, let's.
Hold on.
No!
What he was
We have
saying.
There is a priority queue for a reason.
Are you
Recognize.
guys? Did you not hear him talking this whole time? What? Are you like in another
Fine.
world?
Oh,
Go
you're
easy,
in
man.
word now, aren't you?
fucking Mango goes in the voice chat going, "You fucking white bread."
Leave Recordhead alone. He's been getting a beating this whole time. Just give him a break, man.
Very
For a
used
reason.
to being the punching bag of my friend group, so that's fine.
Okay, I've dragged the question so that no one
There.
misses
Yeah,
it.
let's answer. Quake the
Opinions on the HROT early access
Rot.
or ROT, sorry. Favorite and least favorite aspects. What do you expect from the second episode set in Hussite 14th century? I'm sorry if I butchered any pronunciations.
I guess. How many of us have played Rot?
I've
Sip.
played
I
the
only played
demo.
the demo.
I did.
only. I have not played the early access. I haven't bought it, but I played the demo completely.
I have not played the demo or anything of it yet. I just know
Oh,
there's a
okay.
giant horse with a gas mask.
I have
I think
received this
we have
product for
enough-
free.
Yeah, I think we have enough people that we can do it in order. So I guess I can start, which is I love Rot. I think it's a wonderful game. Any problems I really have with it are pretty small, like, you know, the weapon sounds are pretty weak. Like, I don't like the fact that you can't manually reload. But honestly, that's pretty much it, because I really love the atmosphere. The action feels good. The levels are fun. There's a lot of imagination. It has a unique tone to it that's very fun. And overall, I just really liked it. And I think it was like episode 1 was just the right length, where it was long enough that you got everything out of the sort of Soviet brutalism, but not too long that it would get tiring.
I'll have to check the demo out later. What about you, Mango?
I only played the demo, so my opinions are probably nullified if any changes have been made from the demo to the first episode.
Not really.
But alright. Well, I think that it looks absolutely fantastic. I love like the whole grungy aesthetic of it. But honestly, I'm not really too big of like how the game itself plays, in my opinion. Weapons, they sound alright, and I mean I love like how like weird the enemies are. For example, the gigantic fucking gas mask horse. That's awesome, but other than that, I kind of just don't really have any opinions I care to say, because It's like a lot of small like gripes that end up just not really bringing the game down, but Hakida's already talked about some of them.
Mm.
All right, Peter, what about you?
I absolutely love the aesthetic and just the architecture. Every time I see anything even related to brutalism, I don't know, I'm just melting because I love it. And the whole aesthetic, the whole, like, the texture, all the textures of the colors and everything is just so nice. Gameplay is alright, but I wouldn't call it's not special, as in, at least to me. So it's
It
mostly...
doesn't really need to be special.
Yeah, I'm not saying it has to be. The atmosphere and the looks are making up for that, for me at least. And yeah, also really loving the fact that it's not made in Unity, or no one probably cares, but it's not made in Unity or anything. Seems to be a custom engine.
Yeah, it's written in Pascal.
And that's absolutely
It actually doesn't even have room over room.
And that's very respectable, the fact that it's a custom engine, and it just adds value, at least to me.
It's almost like an entirely one-man project, right? Is he doing like almost everything?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
It's very impressive in that regard.
Yeah,
it is.
Oh, it's definitely very impressive.
And I think it's probably like out of the current sort of throwback FPSs, it's by far, I would say, the most like accurate to what games of that age actually were.
Yeah, it definitely has that going for it.
How about Ultra?
Well, so I played the demo. Let me just preface this because it's gonna sound like I'm kind of mean. I liked it a lot. I would give it like a solid B, which is good. It's hard for a game to reach like A status. That means that people should play that game no matter what. But I gave it a B, at least from what I played in the demo. The atmosphere was really powerful, like the ambience mixed in with all the visuals, the level design and whatnot, the aesthetic. Turning the flashlight on for the first time and seeing it reflect in the dark and whatnot, absolutely stunning. Loved it. The enemy variety, it's a lot of it is just
gas mask course.
The gas mask course is probably the highlight of the enemies, but it's the more I think about it, it's just aping on Quake 1. They just have ogres. The big troopers that squeal like literal pigs. Just have a chainsaw and a grenade launch.
Don't worry, the gas mask course is not the only like really cool inventive design. It's just that the rest are all bosses, so you don't see them in the demo.
Okay. Yeah. My biggest hang-up that I feel like is holding it down, and this is where like I feel like my opinion will be much different than everyone else's. The gameplay is very mediocre. Most of those weapons don't feel very good to use. The rocket launcher feels great. I'm glad they got that right. The shotgun is passable. The rest of the weapons, it's a mixture of the sound design and just the actual weapon feel. Especially the bullet weapons, the pistol and the submachine gun. The fact that you can't manually reload, I can live with that. The sound design is just so bad. It sounds like someone tapping on a typewriter. Not even like in a fun Chicago typewriter way with like a Tommy gun. No, it just sounds like ticking. And
in a way, I actually sort of, if I can interrupt real quick, I actually sort of I started off just like, oh, these weapon sounds suck, like whatever. But like as I went along the game, I sort of started getting it, like what it was going for. But it definitely is a really, really bad first impression, and I definitely think the guy should update them to be Meteor, so that. Because it's turning a lot of people off the game, I think.
I think it's a legitimate problem that would be easy to fix. I think replacing the sounds would go a long way here. One thing that might be fixed in the early access version of the game that is a problem that is present in the demo. You start that off with the sickle, the pistol, and one grenade that you can throw. In the demo, for any weapon you have out, if you hit alt fire, you'll throw that grenade. The grenade also has its own slot where you're just holding the grenade and you can throw it with primary. If you hold the mouse button down near firing the pistol with an enemy right in front of you, because it's like the only gun you have at the start, when you're out of ammo, you will instantly switch the grenade and throw it and probably blow yourself up. Like, I don't know what they were thinking with that auto switch stuff. Maybe there's something in the settings to turn the auto switch off, but that's not okay. That's something that you should take care of like right now.
Yeah.
That is extremely. I also switched to the rocket launcher a few times because I like saving my rockets for when I need them, and then I'll just automatically fire a rocket because it'll switch to it because it has ammo left.
Oh, something of note is that rockets and grenades are the same. So
Yeah. The rocket grenades are the same. So like
Yeah.
it's the same issue is the same.
yeah.
I'll be in close quarters and I'll just pull out the explosive weapon, and without even like not having to re-register a mouse click, it'll just automatically fire it. And I think that is extremely problematic. Basically, there's a lot of little things that amounts to like a whole kind of significant problem with the weapons. The majority of the weapons, they just need a lot of small fixes, and I think it would improve the combat significantly.
Yeah.
When it comes to the presentation, like I say this about Quake, and I'm not gonna like bust anyone's balls over it because they might not have the knowledge of like what to do. None of the guns animate except for the shotgun in terms of like parts that move. And that kind of makes me sad because Quake actually has moving parts on almost all the weapons. Just the shotgun has the pump move, and that's it. I don't know, but that's kind of separate from mechanical stuff. Really, the weapons are holding Prot down, but I think there's ample opportunity and very easily, like they could fix it. I think they should fix it. It wouldn't be hard. But otherwise,
that's
Prot
hopefully
is-
what the early
Prot
access
is-
is for. Yeah.
So I hope someone's reaching out to the guy and saying like, "Hey, could you like just replace a couple sounds here and there? Maybe add like a little more kick.
Mm.
Maybe add some tracers to the hit scanners so I know where they're hitting." Stuff like that. There's like I do a lot of work with weapons in for like treasure tech or otherwise. Like I'm constantly coding and making sure everything feels as good as possible. So when it comes to seeing someone else's game like that, I don't know, I get kind of picky, but I think picky's all right. I think Hrot is shaping up to be something really cool, though. I was blown away by the levels. I think that is like, if I ever buy it, if I get money to buy video games, which would be crazy, I would really love to see just that world and atmosphere and just soak it in. I think they've succeeded there. So I think
Yeah.
they've already won in some regard. I like it. I like Hrot. That's all I have to say. Sorry.
That was good.
All right, moving
Yeah,
on.
you,
Next question.
you reminded me that I also had some issues with control. I cannot rewire my brain not to click the right mouse button, and I just keep accidentally throwing grenades.
Yeah.
Yeah, like those little things, but I think like overall it's better to have a game that is really strong in certain aspects, like the level design, and worse, and have issues on other ones than just to have a mediocre game like over the board. It's those things.
Yeah, because that's the thing, especially is that like being
Especially in early
being
access.
sort of, being a part of New Blood, I play a lot of indie retro FPS games, and most of them are just like whatever. But then you have something like Hrot, which has like a really strong in like one aspect, and then it like really sticks out.
It's like it's that game that kind of got popular, the game dev simulator, where you are literally pushing meters of what do I want to focus on, gameplay, graphics, or sound. I think that applies kind of to real life in some ways. You're always
Yeah,
going to make one thing
absolutely.
better than everything else, and it's going to stick out. You could do your best to try to balance it, but for Hrot, it's definitely the atmosphere and mood. I think is 100% what it's going for. Everything else, I think, is kind of taking a sideline, which I think hurts it.
Yeah.
Good
Awesome.
question. I had a lot to say about Hrot. I'm glad someone asked that.
Yeah.
All right, next question. Here's a very dumb one, but I think it'll be fun. If you had a revolver with 2 bullets in the chamber, who would you shoot in this room right now?
You.
Both of them. In
Record head and record head.
Record head.
Yeah.
And then myself, maybe. I don't know.
And then I'd fucking eat his corpse because it's white bread.
Jesus Christ, guys! You guys have no
You're saying these
restraint.
things and you haven't even friended me on Discord.
There's a reason. There's a reason he chose you then.
Hey man, I'll friend you on RuneScape.
yeah. See, it's yeah, we got something good going here.
Yeah.
Dumb question time over. Hakida, any weapons that never left a planning board or were cut from Ultra Kill?
Yeah, the big one. Like, and I have developer logs on YouTube, so you can go look them up. So I'm just make this real quick. The The big one is there was a black hole cannon, which was sort of a BFG thing. I made that very early on as like a test to see if I could, and I didn't plan to put it in until late. And by this point, I had like by this point that I would actually add it in, it's become completely like it doesn't fit the game anymore because the game has changed so much since I actually made that weapon. And
something that Mingo and Scum did was at the very end of Shrine 2, you can find a like a temple that
It's like a museum, and it was
you
like
can
full
find
of
cut weapons and stuff.
And
You think you'll ever do something like that?
well, I mean, the problem is the gun doesn't have a model and the script doesn't work anymore because the game has changed too much. So I would actually have to remake it for that. So I don't know.
Yeah, at that point, that's not worth it. I'll be
Yeah.
completely
Yeah,
honest with you.
honestly,
Don't
if
do that.
If it's
As
too
for-
much
It's neat,
work,
but you don't have to
do
do
it.
that.
As for other things, there were 2 revolver variations that were the sort of original 2 revolver variations before I scrapped them because they were boring. Where there was the normal ricochet revolver, which is basically just you shoot at like a surface and then the bullet ricochets and does double damage. But the problem with that is that it's like what you end up actually only ever doing is you end up shooting in front of like on the ground in front of the enemy, because that's the only way you can actually hit an enemy reliably with it. So it fucking sucks. And the other variation was double revolvers, which is basically just double fire rate. That's not very interesting, so that's just going to turn into the power up that's going to be in Act 2, so that every weapon is dual wield now if you get the power up.
Making interesting weapons is it's hard, isn't it?
I think like actually like making interesting weapons is like in and of itself isn't too hard, but making them balanced and like
Yeah, I
actually
guess that's
interact
more-
properly, that's what's really hard.
Yeah, a lot of.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm sure a lot of development time for you. I'd say for myself, for Treasure Tech and Treasure Tech Land, is sitting there going, "That's a cool idea. Is that too good? Is that really like annoying? Is that like a one-trick gimmick? You got to think. There's so many things you have to keep in mind.
Yeah, and
I'm
it's
sure
just-
you have way more to keep track of with all the crazy tech you can do.
Yeah, and especially with Ultra Kill because you don't have ammo, so you can't just like limit weapons by power with ammo. So everything has to sort of be on equal level in different situations. But also, actually relevant to that is I'm actually doing like a full rework of the nail gun for the next update
Oh,
because it doesn't really fit in properly currently. So that says a lot about what kind of balancing Ultra Kill does. I just keep having to go back and improve things and change things and stuff to finally get them right.
I think it fits pretty
I know
well. I like
exactly.
using it for the malicious faces the most.
Yeah, it's good for the malicious faces and nothing else.
Fair. Will you keep the malicious face functionality in though?
Yeah.
Okay, good, because I that's like the only way I can deal with them.
Can
What I
say
prefer
that-
to do to malicious faces is I jump at them and I use the shotgun and then I jump off them and then I use the shotgun and jump off
Oh,
them
yeah.
again. I just keep bouncing on top of them.
I like doing that too, where you do this quick draw of the
Yeah.
shotguns over and over. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, plus crushing them. That's.
That's good too.
I remember when
say
you
that
when
magnet?
you. Oh
No, you go ahead.
no, you can go. It's not important.
Alright. Can I just say that magnet alt fire for the nail gun is fucking genius?
Okay,
Oh.
funny. If I can actually do a little detour, I can actually explain that how that became, like how that came to being. I was talking to Andrew, not Holschult, but the GTTOD developer, Get to the Orange Dot developer, and we were talking about the nail gun because it used to be even worse balance wise, and he was like, we were talking about like different things, and I don't remember if he suggested it or I suggested, but we're like, there could be like a auto aim thing, and then I was like, oh, we can make that a bit more interesting. How about I put in like a magnet? So then I made the whole magnet system like you actually have to hit an enemy with a big projectile before you can get the auto aim. So there's a bit more skill involved. And then I shot it into the environment, and I was shooting nails and stuff, and I was like, you can actually make like traps with this. So then I reworked the code a bit so that's like a thing. And then I realized when you put 2 of them, it just sort of creates this automatic like field of like physics,
Oh, Shredder.
push and pull. And then I was like, ooh, I put that in? It's like it just kept evolving further and further because it used to just be auto aim, but now it's like a whole jab mechanic.
It's legitimately probably one of my favorite weapons in a first-person shooter.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for making it.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, out of the arsenal, like, the pistol, I like that a lot, because I like heavy handguns. The shotgun, that's kind of relatable. I also made an exploding shotgun, but that nail gun, when I saw the magnet feature, I was like, just like, ooh! Like, I don't think I've ever seen anything close to that implemented in something else. It's very, very cool.
Apparently, there's
gonna steal
something
it.
similar in like Resistance, one of the Resistance games, but I don't know because I don't think I really ever played those.
Still, like,
Can I admit something?
Huh?
when I noticed you could basically make like a wall of just flying nails that are going back and forth, I like my eyes just opened all the way up. I was having that weapon was wonderful.
And the worst thing about that is I keep getting people who are like, you should put a limit on that because it hurts performance. It's like, then don't shoot that many nails. It's your fucking fault.
There's something I need to admit.
Yes.
I've never played Ultra Kill. I'm
No,
sorry.
that's fine.
That's
Okay. Play do it now. Play it right now.
Finish
Go-
I
framing
feel
go-
it.
go
like
Steam.
I'm not supposed
Get
to
the
be
nail
here.
gun at
Go
least.
go Steam.
no,
Go Steam right now. Buy it. Do it.
I can send you a key.
Oh,
it's
so the
fine.
white bread's telling us to do things.
Oh wait, you're gonna give him a key, Hakian?
Yeah, I can give him a key.
What?
Okay, nice.
You don't have to do that. Come on.
Nah, it's fine.
I feel
Don't
like
worry,
Dave just leaves them behind everywhere anyway, so.
Dude, don't worry. Money's not an issue.
Okay. Well,
I mean,
thanks. Oh,
Have
if
you
you give me a
seen
key, I'll
New
try it
Blood's
out.
Have you seen New Blood's slogan? They literally hate money.
Well, I'll take it if they want it.
Sure.
All right. Next question.
Can I just say, like, oh yeah, Peter has something to say, sorry.
Never mind.
I personally am not this big of a fan of the nail gun, but I absolutely love the coin revolver.
I love the coin revolver.
Pretty
It's
great.
I cannot explain how much I love it, and
It's
you're
so
a genius,
cool.
Akira. It's
I think that's actually a question in the somewhere in the trailer is how I came up with the coin.
okay.
In
Answer.
there.
The one thing about the nail gun, though, the last thing I have to say about the nail gun, the one kind of relatable thing I like about it is I like a weapon where sure, like any weapon, it's like, oh, part of the challenge is making sure it hits the enemy, but it's like it's the fact that there's a follow-up afterwards that you yourself have to make sure happens. Like you could stick a magnet in an enemy, but now you have options. I think that's that's a really
That is, yeah, that's what I always try to do. Is just sort of like at any possible like as often as possible. I want there to be different things you can do. Like you can pick between options because having like that sort of player expression is really important to me. That everyone can sort of carve out their own style, even if everyone sort of plays with the default skill style of being fast and aggressive, but everyone can still sort of find their own spin on it.
Yeah, I think that's like making weapons like that is, I feel it gives a really it's a lasting impression, and I find it relatable. Like, I know you don't like the harpoon gun from Treasure Tech because it's kind of
I didn't. It's not that I don't like it. I didn't figure it out.
So let me explain.
shot
It's
it
kind of
twice.
it's kind of similar to Ultra Kill's nail gun. I hope you guys don't mind me talking about a Treasure Tech gun.
Go for it.
Oh,
So
no problem.
the idea with the weapon was originally the Wild Hunter was I was like, well, I made the Heavy Kuma, and everyone really likes the Heavy Kuma, the standard shotgun of Treasure Tech. But it kind of fulfills the role of both the shotgun and the super shotgun because you can overcharge it. So I was like, well, I'll just make the super shotgun slot like a wall of pellets that takes a long time to reload. Testers didn't like that, so I sat for a long time and I tried to figure out what I could do. It became basically a super weapon slot where you could use it every once in a while and it would passively recharge. It would use shells, like 3. The whole gimmick of that weapon is that it synchronizes with nearly every other weapon in your abilities. You shoot the harpoon, it sticks in an enemy. It'll explode and hurt that enemy a lot, but it has a very small radius when it blows up, so it won't really do anything else. The gimmick I made with that weapon that I was just like standing up and screaming in joy when I figured it out is I have all these different types of damage values in treasure tech for when you're tackling enemies, when you're throwing enemies into each other, when certain specific types of projectiles hit. And then I realized I could make it that if an enemy that is stuck with that harpoon gets killed in a specific way, and I have a whole list of things from every other weapon, it'll make it be a huge explosion. And that's the gimmick with that. Like the most easiest way to use that weapon, stick an enemy and then you tackle them like immediately because you can animation cancel, and it'll blow up everyone around them. And then you wait for it to reload because you're not supposed to be able to spam something that strong. But once I realized you can take every other weapon, for the slug from the pistol, picking up the slug after it's been hit by something and throwing it at the enemy, any thrown object, barrels or enemies, the final shot of the machine gun super burst fire, all the other weapons, almost all of them, have something you can do to set that harpoon off, and it has a huge blast radius that doesn't affect the player. You're immune from it. And a lot of the people that did figure out that weapon were telling me, like, this is nuts. It synchronizes with all the other, like, abilities you put in there. So when I saw, like Ultra Kill seems to do that a lot, and I found that very relatable just in that one, like, facet. So I find that really interesting. I guess that's why the nail gun kind of really stood out to me, because I saw a little bit of my own stuff in there, but at the same time, it was something I'd never seen before.
By the way, if I can comment on Treasure Check real quick, yeah, I just got reminded about the throwing thing. I like the thing where, I forgot which weapon it is, but you can like shoot out a giant like cartoon bomb, and then you can pick it up and throw it. That's like the best fucking thing ever.
Oh yeah, so the primary, I changed that. It doesn't have that 3-shot burst anymore. It just now, it shoots an explosion that'll have like a hanging explosion afterwards that you're immune from. But the secondary, the bomb kind of has a similar function. You can shoot the bomb. It does slugging damage because it's a huge cartoon bomb, right? So it does big damage when it hits something. You can then leave it there. It'll blow up on its own, blow up anyone around it. You could shoot it and blow it up earlier. Or you could pick it up and it turns that fuse off, and then you could chuck it again for a huge like contact explosion. Like you basically get another rocket, like a big rocket that you can chuck.
Yeah, that was by far some of the most fun I had with the demo. I mean, not the demo, the mod.
Speaking of that bomb, when it slugs an enemy, that can also set the harpoon off. So if you slug an enemy that's harpooned with the bomb, that'll do one explosion. If anyone's left, you could just shoot the bomb with any other weapon and it'll blow them up too. See, I think one of the reasons why I like Ultra Kills, I see like something similar. Like I don't like all the weapons and mechanics all kind of wrapped together. Everything's related, you know. Like you could make connections with all the weapons and abilities.
Yeah,
I like that.
I think the big difference is just that Ultra Kill doesn't have a manual.
That's well, don't be mean. A lot of people like that manual.
Sorry.
No, I know where you're coming from, though. But yes, you're right. Ultra Kill does not have Ultra Kill does not have a 90s style video game manual.
Yeah, and I mean, I figured out all the other weapons except that one, and I like because of the effect it has. I figured out you have to do something, like you have to shoot at it or something. But I ran out of ammo, so I could never actually try it out. Yeah. Yeah, I think we can move on to the next question.
Yeah, let's move on. Sorry for that.
Oh my god, next question. Does Hakita ever sleep? I see them online the whole day, but never offline.
Yeah, I go to sleep around 6 a.m. and then I wake up at around noon because I have a phone waking me up around noon.
Why do you stay up so late?
He's a nocturnal Chad, like me.
No, I stay up so late because I keep always staying up a little bit later than last night, and then it just kind of keeps mounting up.
Okay.
I usually go to sleep after I notice that Hakira is asleep. And he's an hour
That's
ahead. He's an hour ahead.
Sleep.
No, he's an hour ahead, so I have like a margin of
So you
safety.
fall asleep at 5 a.m. That's even worse.
5:30 usually.
How is that even worse?
I don't know. Like, I feel like at 6, at that point, you're like, okay, whatever. I'm going to stay up now. Or, like, even if you get a little bit of sleep, you're not going to get that much.
Hakita, so are you the type of person that kind of just like ticks forward 2 hours every day-ish, and you're just kind of sometimes nocturnal, sometimes not? Because I'm the exact same way.
Almost, but because I started having like an alarm on my phone, that means I always have like a wake up at noon.
Oh, okay. I think I need an alarm because like
It's a
a
good
week
idea.
ago, a week ago I was going to bed at like 11 a.m. and like today I woke up at like 4 a.m. Oh god. I can tell it's slowly killing me. So
Yeah.
Alarms are stressful. I
Wait.
wouldn't.
Yeah, whenever I like sleep past noon, I just feel like absolute fucking shit, and that's why I have the alarm.
yeah,
Yes, I
it's
really feel terrible before noon. Noon is when I legitimately start feeling like an actual person.
That was a complete opposite of what I said, but okay.
I never
What's
feel
what's the
human.
next what's next?
Same thing as you did. You just heard it wrong, you know. All right.
Let's just move on.
I have a puppy in my hands.
Thank
I
you.
like that.
What's your favorite health regen mechanic in boomer shooters? Auto regen, health packs, insta death, drink blood from your enemies, and ultra kill, or what else?
Well, I think if we're doing this in order, I'll. This probably come off an egocentric, but I mean the reason I put it in ultra kill is because it's my favorite. So, because it's kind of like the Doom glory kill system, except you don't have to stun an enemy first, because I fucking hate that. So now you just gotta be aggressive at any point in combat, and you get health back. And I think that's the most fun way to have health in sort of action system. But of course, there's good arguments for every health system. It really depends on what you want to do with your game. But yeah, that's my favorite.
You hate the glory kill so much.
I love the idea, but yeah, the big issue is that you have to. Well, first, the obvious one is that you have to watch the animation every time, which is just boring. But the big thing that's really a problem is the fact that you have to get them into a stun state first, which not only means that most of the fight you're way in the back, and then when you get them into a stun state, you actually that's all like that's when you have to get close. But most of the fight you can still stay back. And also the problem, especially in Doom Eternal, with how much you have to rely on that glory kills, is that you can't just punch zombies into like a stun state anymore. So it's a really awkward space where you have to hurt them enough but not too much, and you have to sort of dance around the enemy health pool to get them to so that you can glory kill them. And I think that's really lame. So that's why I did the system in Ultra Kill where you die really quick, but you can always get health back as long as there's enemies around.
Yeah, that's a really cool health
That
system.
I think it's a hard pick for me between Ultra Kill and Doom Eternal for like the health system.
Well, you're gonna wait your turn because we're going in order.
Oh wait, I'm so dumb. I'm sorry. Mango, go ahead.
I like a
Can you
mix
speak up?
between.
I like a mix between like health items as well as like regenerating health. Like you regenerate health up to a certain degree, so you aren't like stuck at like 2 health and on the brink of death for an entire like section. So like between fights, you can like get enough health to like last a few hits, but not enough to be at full health. So you gotta rely on health packs to stay healthy, you know?
Yeah.
I like 1 HP hype. That's fun for me, but I don't know. I like difficult levels. So, but I see where you're coming from. I think that system is perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, one of my most memorable moments was having to beat a boss in Ninja Gaiden Sigma with like 1 HP. So I actually had to learn like every attack's frame timing in order to survive. So I do kind of agree with Ultra.
1 HP hype.
Well, I guess make it an option.
Yeah, that's a really good. Yeah, that's definitely like a game's. I think it's a good idea to have that kind of thing as an option, is to just have if you want a safety net or not.
I'd say like disable it in hard mode and make it
Yeah.
a thing in normal and easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost always a plus to give more options to the player.
Options. There's never too many options.
Oh,
There's never too many options.
Have you looked at GC Doom?
You know what?
I
There are
love it.
sometimes maybe too many options.
Hey, remember when I couldn't play treasure tech because
Yeah,
my
all your
player was twice as tall as it should have been?
Yeah, something made me wonder if it was like the infinite step height or something. But anyways, let's Peter, do you have that?
Yeah, so Ultra Kill system is my favorite too, and I absolutely hate when you have to pick up health in a level. I think that automatically generating health or fake health, as in your screen goes red and you don't have actual health and it just goes away, is a bit better, but still it encourages staying more in the back. And I'd say Ultra Kill is like perfectly in the middle, where it still encourages you to push and attack enemies and it's not annoying. Like health in some games is like timing for me, like when there's a timer, and I absolutely hate those. And yeah, I'd say
For me, I would actually say, personally, I would say it's the opposite, because I think like full regeneration is like the worst of both worlds. Because the thing about like health as less like a normal resource is that you have to play more strategically and you have to plan things out with like Doom health packs and stuff. Whereas with the regenerating health, you get the minus of not getting health through combat, and you just have to like you don't have to be strategic, but you also don't have to be aggressive, so you just kind of play boring if you have full regenerating health. That's my opinion, at least.
Well, yeah, different strokes for
just-
different folks. I just dislike when health is a like major limitation for me, and I prefer, when it's quote unquote boring than me having to stress out over collecting health all the time.
Fair.
How about Scumhead?
I have really weird taste. When
That's
I'm doing, yeah, when I'm doing the vomitorium is like an Estus flask system, where you have like heals carried with you. That's the kind of shit I like. Where
Estus Flask is like easily one of the best health systems ever.
yeah, it's seriously. I mean, it's not Dark Souls 1, which I think did it the best. It's kind of like, you get the sort of Estus flask shards as you go along, and you're slowly adding to your flask inventory. So I'm doing something kind of like that.
The Dark Souls 2 then.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm copying the one everyone hates.
Well, at least
I really like.
as long as you don't have life gems.
No, yeah. Oh, hooray! Infinite health.
God, that was such a fucking stupid decision.
It's a terrible decision, but boy golly, does it make the game a lot more relaxing.
And that's a bad thing.
Hey man, I like playing Souls games to just sort of chill out sometimes. DS2 is a good chill game, but yeah, I like the carrying health packs with you and using them at a strategic time type of thing, which I don't really see that often in like linear single player shooter type things. Also, Record Head apparently has to leave for like 20 minutes, so I guess Peter.
Yeah, well, it's okay. We'll get it going.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is the conclusion of my TED Talk. Ultra.
Thank you, Ted. Well, I kind of like all systems, even like full regeneration if done right, like in Halo 2, for example, where you don't really have that much, but you have to fight aggressively if you're going to progress. So you have to play smart. However,
Does Halo 2 have full regeneration? I thought it's a shield and then a health.
Halo 1 has a shield and health, which is also really good. I like that a lot too.
Yeah, Halo 1
you have
such a good
game. Situations like that where you have that safety net, like as discussed earlier, but you have to play a lot more careful because once that net's gone, you're instantly gone. However, I'm big into Doom. I like health packs. I like that 1 HP hype. Health for me is basically just another ammo type. It's ammo for your body. You look at a map, once you reach in an arena and you don't see any enemies, you have to keep like mental note of like, okay, there's 3 med kits in here. I will keep that in mind and hope I don't get hit too much.
That's actually really interesting. It's something I've really noticed is that, because I know another guy who also plays a lot of Doom, and he does like those challenge like slaughter maps and stuff, and he's good at that kind of stuff. And he also it's a very interesting, different perspective from me. This sort of health is it's not a failure to lose health. It's just another resource to use.
Yes, that is exactly, like, I share that sentiment completely, and a lot of other Doom veteran players do as well. Once you see like what's available, you can think about how you can treat like encounters that you might be expecting, because there's a lot of predictability with Doom maps of ambushes and whatnot, and like how bad it could get. You're creating, you're like planning this whole mental strategy out for how you're going to go through the map when you start seeing what resources you have access to, whether it be ammo, but in this specific case, health. So I like it as a reason. I consider it ammo. I think it makes much more cerebral gameplay. You're not just going out just slaughtering everything. I'm not saying like a game can't be cerebral and have different types of health sources, but just the way classic shooters do it, where you have to manage what's available and keep track of what is still like what health packs are still in the map. I like that a lot. That's my favorite.
All right, I think Peter can take over changing the questions.
Okay. So what should we choose next? Twitch priority queue. Oh, this one from Twitch seems pretty nice. Okay. When it comes to hiring people for helping with making the games, what factors matter to you the most? Yeah, let's go. Start with Akira.
Well, I mean, obviously, a really important thing is that they actually care about the game, because I don't really want to work with two people who are just like, oh, I'm just doing my day job, and they don't like put in the like, because for me at least, like getting the sort of having the soul of the game is really, really important, and I think you can't really get that sort of consistency and passion in a game unless the people making it actually care about it. So I always find it really important that the people who work aren't just like doing a day job. They actually do care about getting the game into a good condition and the best it can be. And obviously then of course you have to have a good relationship with them, because if you hate each other, then you would never actually work out as like a team. And of course, price is important, because you can't just hire like a AAA studio employee, because there's like actually cost like big money, and it's like, yeah, you have to consider your budget as well. But I think those are the big ones.
Yeah, Mango. What about you?
I can't really say, since I'm the one who asks to work with others.
You can still.
You can give an idea of what you'd think,
Yeah.
like, just like hypothetically, if you have
well,
anything you want to say.
I guess it would be someone who actually like wants to work on the game and doesn't want something just to be like, hey, I worked on this popular thing, and like also people who kind of like know their stuff, like I know this sounds kind of like honestly, I just
Could you speak up
realized
a
it
bit?
was
Sorry.
never mind. I'm basically just gonna parrot Hakita anyway, so.
Maybe I need to start going last. So
No, I like going last. I like going last because it gives me more time to think about what I want to say.
It's too late. We already have our order set.
Have our order.
I think it's fine that you're first.
Oh,
That's
I hope I'm not a party pooper by reading all the
no,
answers.
I'm fine. I always have something to say. Well, usually.
Yeah, because you have 50 minutes to figure
Yeah, I have 50 years to think of something different to say than everyone else. Yes.
Yeah. How about Peter?
I'd say that I agree with all of your points. Plus, I'd say it's very important that like the culture is similar, because everyone works in different ways, and some people are more compatible than others, as in just the culture of work. And yeah. That's everything. So Scumhead.
I'm kind of an asshole. I
I think we all are in our own ways.
Yeah, everyone is on
Like-
planet Earth.
Like I am down to work with anyone as long as like it's clear that like, hey, this is my baby, and I want like complete control of the visuals and like what's going on in the game. Everything outside of that is free for everyone to mess with. That's kind of just how I roll. That's what I'm doing at the Vomitorium pretty much. It's like I just want.
I think that's a good way of doing things because you have your thing that you're good at, and then you can have other people do the things that
Yeah.
they're good at.
That's like yeah, I need to fill in the blanks where I can't like do a good job with, I guess, is finding people who I trust and who I'm friendly with and who know what's good to sort of cover for my shittiness, my bad. I'm a really bad game designer. So that's why I have like Mango and Batandi and Terminus and all these different people helping me. Oh, Mango, you can't hear? Should you like exit the call and rejoin, or?
I think
make sure maybe you reselect the output device in your Discord settings. Like make sure it's not default and it's your actual.
You can't hear us, I don't think.
Oh, I'm actually. I mean, maybe they watch the stream. Who knows? Probably not. No, but I have an excuse
now the
for
carpet is all mine. Oh, no.
Not any longer.
Now I gotta share the carpet.
Haha, carpet boys. Ultra.
Well, kind of to bring up what Peter brought about work culture. I'm probably the one here who does the most like freelance work out of anyone here. At least I think. Most of my clients, very similar with like work ethic and lots of flexibility. I had one client who, very ambitious project, and he had the money to back it. He was so restrictive that I just, after like a couple jobs with him, I had to. It just didn't mesh well at all. It's not like we didn't dislike each other. We respected each other's work and whatnot. What he was making and all the work I was doing, he appreciated. It was just the way things operated. It wasn't going to be possible. It was too much for both of us. $20 is $20.
Oh, what was that?
Oh no, nothing.
I think my OBS had a. Yeah, just ignore that. I think it was a visual bug.
I'm in a good position where I can kind of pick and choose what jobs I get. Like, I'm grateful that I'm that, like, that's how much like work I have incoming my way, or like potential work at least, that I can be more selective on what I work with. But a good working relationship is the foundation of getting quality results. So that, I guess just a little bit of experience from myself as someone who kind of has to deal with the other end of this, as the person getting hired constantly for jobs.
Yeah. Okay. Next
Hold
question,
on.
Peter.
Next.
Listening to. Okay.
No, you can speak. You can speak. I'm just choosing. I'm picking a question anyway. You just speak. Continue.
Go on, Cuphead.
I was just gonna say that, like, as Ultra was speaking about his client, I was like, "Oh God, is that me? Am I like that?"
What? I don't think I've ever worked for you.
No, I'm just saying, like, I hope people don't think I'm frustrating to work with.
No,
Mango, am I frustrating?
Don't worry, Cuphead. I know I'm frustrating to work with, and I'm fine.
Are you?
Okay.
It's more of the
pleasure
fact
to
that,
work
like,
with,
if
dude.
it's really a problem, they're gonna say something.
Okay.
If they just let it happen, if they just let it happen, that's on
That's
them.
on
Like,
them, I
I'll
guess.
speak up if a client is being too much.
Sorry,
Okay.
Mango, did you say something?
I said that Scumhead is an absolute joy to work with.
Ah.
Well, ain't that sweet?
Alright, Peter.
Oh yeah. What about me, Hakira? What about me, Hakira?
Oh, you're great. You just, I tell you what to work on, and then you make it happen, and it's like, oh, that's everything I've ever wanted.
Okay, that's good.
You're like a genie, Peter. You're a genie. Huh?
Yeah, I just tell Peter like, oh yeah, can you make like a really complex system happen? And it's like, okay, and then he does it.
Oh my god.
I mean, it's the more complex the system is, the more the bigger is going to be the shitpost. Like,
and then you go to stream and you go like, oh no, Hakira's code fucking sucks.
the thing is, when I'm writing my own system, I can my own systems from the ground up. I can only blame myself, and I can only. Is there like a circle jerk, but in a negative way? Okay, just.
Well, it's a jerk circle.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe
That's
it's time for the
actually
next
funny.
question.
Okay.
I think this one from the priority queue. What's the worst advice you got about starting? And if you could give any advice to your younger starting self, what would it be? Akira.
Oh, I think I need a moment to think. Does anyone have an answer yet?
I
The advice I would give younger me with game development: start with smaller projects, get used to the tools, make smaller things, get your name out there with smaller projects, then make the big thing. That's it.
That's a very common one, as in it's important and everyone talks about it. That's good.
Yeah, I have one that's. I don't know about worst advice because I don't remember really ever getting bad advice. But one thing I know that's incredibly personal to me that I probably should have told myself ages ago is don't be afraid to rely on tutorials, because I used to be way too proud to watch any tutorials or anything. And that made a lot of things way worse than it should have been.
Wait, how long did you go like without watching a tutorial?
Well, I mean, I very rarely watch tutorials. The only one I remember was watching how to make saves, because I didn't know that at all. But pretty much otherwise, I just do stuff.
This man's mental.
That's one way to learning through experience.
Well, I mean, I think now you understand why I didn't read the manual.
It reminds me of in the computer science community. Like on the surface, people think, "Oh wow, they're just making whatever they want instantly." In reality, even the most veteran programmers, like StackExchange.com, let's see someone else who's done it. Okay, I'll copy and paste it and adjust it to what I need. That is the most normal thing.
All the time. I just don't look up YouTube tutorials.
You don't. Oh, okay.
Because a big part of that is like just most of the people who make YouTube tutorials, I can't stand their videos.
Hey guys, what's going on? Welcome back to another YouTube tutorial.
Make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. Today we're going to be talking about making a menu system that has a mouse GUI. You see, first we're going to have to make a widget that. See, by then it's like, oh my god.
I hate how some tutorials are really not consistent in like the difficulty. Like on one hand they keep talking about like the simplest things, like, oh, this is an integer, it's a type of a variable, and on the other hand some things are just complete to some people complete, they just jump all over the place. Easy, extremely hard, and they just don't explain some things, they over explain other things. It's
And then you have like 10 minutes of them talking about something simple, and then they just go, yeah, then just copy paste this code and put it in there, and then
They don't put the fucking code for you to link and copy and paste.
yeah.
Or the link is like it's like no longer exists.
Yeah.
On it, and you're just like, uh-oh.
I think I still have PTSD from learning how to program originally. At school we were given like this fucking YouTube series where it was just like this Indian guy like explaining these things. So he kept going, okay, then we write private var. It's like, oh my god, if I hear the words private var like one more fucking time in my life. Private var. Who hasn't answered yet?
I have an answer, but Men goes first. Do you have an? I don't think Men go answered. Do you have an answer?
Wait.
What's the worst
sorry,
advice?
Left for a second. What's up?
What's the worst
question?
advice, or what would you just say to your younger / starting self?
Do not bite off more than you can chew.
Hmm.
Absolutely do not.
That's a good one. I think every starting out game dev like goes like the first product they do is I want to make 2D Skyrim or something like that.
Oh,
I'm going to learn Unity. Let's make an MMORPG. Let's go.
Yeah,
Let's go.
MMO is always the project.
Let's
like
make a
another
let's
MMO.
make a style FPS. Boy, that was a mistake.
Like, I started out wanting to make a survival horror Metroidvania first-person shooter in the Doom engine with 4 different characters, each with their own abilities and unique weapons and unique bosses, and had a sequel planned. Don't do that.
That's
Yeah.
the best. Planning the
Yeah,
sequels
that's-
before the first one's even started.
That's definitely a good one. Is don't plan too far ahead because
That
you never
too.
get- yeah, if you're planning on a fucking part 2 before, like, you're never gonna actually finish part 1.
It's gonna be
Only
9
thing I-
episodes. It's gonna. Yeah, we've got so much planned. We're gonna have all these great kids. Never mind. I'm bored.
Wait, this is kind of
Hearing
hard.
a joke like that makes me want to tell you to stop.
Peter, I guess?
Yeah, I have a couple. One of them is this one. Hakita taught me this one. When it works, it works. Stop trying to all the time. I did that all the time, and I'm glad I've started to realize. I kept.
Yeah, the phrase I always use is the only thing better than good is good enough.
Yeah, that's you should have that mentality.
Yeah, I kept rewriting things all the time, and just never progressing because, if I remake the game from scratch for the 3rd time, it's going to be easier to do something else. And I just learned that what works, and I still have that habit, but it's yeah.
You're starting to get over it.
Yeah. I keep reminding myself. There was something else. Did I forget? Oh yeah, I mean, it's pretty much the same thing, but it's stop worrying about. I don't know about everything. That's.
I'm not worrying on it.
That's just good advice. I think just stressing out over everything is
Yeah.
It's good to have stress, but sometimes I feel like people maybe. It's got to find time to relax yourself.
I think I'm getting better at it.
Whenever there's a program that's worried about the code quality, just remind them that Dusk exists.
I mean, it's zombie hat. I mean, it's.
That guy's insanely smart. That guy's real smart.
Yeah, on one hand, Dusk exists, but on the other, it had to be patched out pretty heavily, and it still is being patched.
Yeah, well, I mean, Zombies basically remaking the game from the ground up. So.
Zombie's amazing.
I
love you, Zombie.
He's well known in the Z-Doom community, and seeing him pop up on like Dusk stuff made me laugh really hard because it's like, oh, what's he doing? Oh, he's just fixing everything. It's like that's not a surprise.
Everything in Ultra Kill too. I was just like, oh, here's a mechanic I want to use for a boss in the greed layer, but I'm not smart enough to do it. I was like, yeah, okay, I can do it. It's like, oh, thank you, Zombie.
I sometimes double check things with Zombie, as in I have some like idea that seems pretty untested and weird to me, and I double check with Zombie like, is this fine for production? And he says, yeah, it is, and it's just really him saying, and it's reassuring. Zombie's great, so.
There's always the one programmer that's just like a superhero. In university, that would be the guy on the 3rd day of class who's finished every assignment already, and you never see him show up ever again. That's like, there's a few of those around.
That was kind of me in programming classes, but except what I actually did is I finished like the assignment early, and then I kept making it more than the actual assignment asked. Like we were making like console games, like putting games in the Windows console or whatever. And then it was like, oh, you just need you just need to do this and this, and then I was just like, you know, I started adding like colors and like small like ASCII graphics and stuff because you know you can make it better. I didn't have anything else to do.
I will say in a formal setting, as someone who has got a CS degree, at first, maybe freshman year, you might think, oh, I should refine this code and make it look better. By the end, when you've gone through all the years and you're finishing your capstone, is that enough? Is rubric? Fuck it. I don't mind if I lose a few points. I have other programs to write. Oh shit.
Well, yeah.
Hey,
It's
better than good is good enough.
Good enough is I like good enough.
that works, but I still find a lot of comfort in extensively cleaning up code when I make it open source. I always feel like I know no one's gonna give a shit, but I always feel like, you know, when I make something open source, it has to be clean and nice and like very clean. So I
commentated syntax properly.
Commentated,
Absolutely.
yeah. System fucking serializable. My favorite line.
It's just is what you're working on right now open source? Then if it's not, don't worry about it. Is it going to be something other people are going to have to touch constantly? No? Then who cares? Make it work and then move on.
Oh god, someone redeemed.
That's software ethics for you.
Okay, sorry everyone, I have to say poggers. Okay. Someone redeemed their points, I have to do it.
Made my skin crawl.
Yeah, I know.
Let's come ahead.
It doesn't get easier. It's
Oh, it's a real Peter gaming moment, everyone. Oh, PogChamp. Can we all get a PogChamp in the Twitch?
no.
Everybody
Alright, sorry.
chat.
I think it's time
Please
to.
God.
Wait, did everyone answer now?
Anything you say, Scooby?
Just tell my younger self,
Oh, Scum.
don't start smoking. That's really all I have to say. Don't do that.
I feel like I've said enough already.
Yep. All right.
I think the next question I answer myself will probably be my last question, if that's
Okay.
chill with y'all.
Is there a specific one to you? Let me just see. Maybe that's going to be.
Yeah,
Sure,
but we
I
probably
can
aren't
do
gonna
a quick lightning round if it's me
Doesn't seem like it.
specifically.
Are you looking at the trailer right now, Scumhead?
Huh?
Are you looking at Trello right now? Because if you are, you
Oh,
can
no.
pick yourself a question. No.
I've been cross-referencing with the stream.
Okay.
Where's the Trello thing?
Maybe those are the couple of like the priority ones and a bunch of unanswered ones. If you like one, like especially, you can do it first, as in last one for you.
Yeah, because we're probably not gonna do a third stream, so we should
Yeah.
probably get out the ones that we really
Yeah,
want.
okay. Let's see. Is there any of these that I particularly want to answer?
Probably the ones meant for me, obviously.
Of course.
Yes, I will answer for you.
So I think Akira thinks that.
We're all just guessing what Hikita thinks. Honestly, I'd like to talk about the critter design. I like talking about, because that's like more in my, because I'm a visual
Give me a
person.
clear design tip.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
this
let's
is
do
the
that.
one. Okay.
Yeah, sure. And then I'll have. Sorry about that, guys. I'm getting
This is great.
tired.
It's been fun, so it doesn't matter at all
Yeah.
if you feel you need to go.
Yeah. Should I just go ahead and answer this first, or
let
do you want to do
me
this in
let me
order?
read it. Give me a critter design tip if you can. Dot.
That's a period.
Wait, is it? No, wait, is it?
Ellipsis.
Go for it.
Okay. Well, I like to design my creatures around like. This is more specifically for Vomitorium because with Shrine 2, I just kind of put enemies wherever, and I wanted to make it look cool. But what I'm doing for Vomitorium is really tying the lore and story and the world into the creature design. So, I like having the creatures reflect the environment around them. It's like a really kind of cool way to do like microscopic storytelling. Is like, oh, the biology of this animal has been changed to the things it might have been eating or hunting or shit like that.
That's
You can-
really interesting. Yeah.
You can twist what a creature looks like just by the environment that it's in. Like for example, I have these like blue horse creatures that live in the fungus area, and their skin is turned blue from the fungus that they eat and shit like that. And there's like there's like little snail creatures that have crawled inside a human skull, and they're vibing in it now. So stuff like that. Just like if you can go crazy and design whatever you want, like I did with Shrine 2, but it's really fun to like take the environment or like biome or the world in the mind when you're designing your creatures, and that's yeah.
Yeah. For me, probably a good one that I think that's a really handy one for like people for like getting started on design is start off with something that already exists, like because something that we often did with Ultra Kill is like I was like, okay, let's make a spider, let's make a scorpion, let's do a World War II flamethrower guy, and then sort of turn those into something new. So you have a sort of platform to start with, and then you make that into something unique. So that usually helps with starting off, so you're not just staring at blank paper or something.
I like that. I never considered that.
Yeah.
You can probably tell that it's like Hideous Mass is basically a scorpion, and you can probably tell that the street cleaner is like a World War II flamethrower guy. And you can sort of see the sources for a lot of the enemies.
Yeah, I like doing that too with taking things from IRL and sort of twisting them to make them look familiar but kind of their own thing.
Yeah.
So it adds
Excellent
like a
taste, my
level of
lord.
relatability.
Yeah. That's very important as well. Is you have to have some level of like people can recognize something and they can like draw lines from like their own experiences into this sort of unique creative thing. Because something that there's like a very specific thing. For an example, like the coin, right? If the coin in Ultra Killer, you throw a coin and you shoot it with a revolver, it bounces off the coin and hits an enemy, right? So if it was a magic orb, that would be so much less cool and so much less interesting if you just like throw a magic orb and you shoot it. But because it's a coin that you can recognize and relate to, then it becomes like it has that like relatability factor that really makes it, I think, work.
I'm trying to think of like a game with enemies that are completely like unrelatable, but even they're pretty relatable, and at least in one facet or another.
It's very hard to make up something that you can't, because people are like human beings are amazing at noticing patterns and recognizing things. So even if something's really abstract, like just a cube, then you can still sort of find something in it.
Yeah, even like I feel like it's a thing where even if the artist is like, "Yep, I can't have anything to relate to this," someone else might look at it and go, "Oh yeah, I know what you did." You know what I mean?
Bro, that's a horse.
Oh wait, what?
Isn't it just a dude with
I don't know. I just said something.
No, but that's like the reaction of the artist. Like it's like, wait, you see that as a horse? Like it's different to
Oh,
a person
I'm dumb.
Yeah, sorry. Like even the artist might not make connections that some random player would.
Obviously, every design has to start off as at least one penis, and then you can multiply penises in different shapes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit of some cock, some balls, maybe a little bit of dick.
Maybe some
just
torture
mix that all
if
in
you
with
feel
the
like it.
character
Yeah.
design.
That's what Giger did.
Some Freudian dreams right there.
Mother.
Anyone else?
No, I'm good with my thing.
I like to like
Bingo, speak up.
Always.
Yeah, sorry, I dropped the mic. I like to make imagine a person and just fuck them up so bad that they like turn into this like monstrosity thing. So like I'm like I literally just draw a person and then just like what can I do to make this completely unrecognizable? Without like for example, I remember this one drawing I made. I think I threw it away since I accidentally like dropped my sketchbook and well anyway, so I'm sorry, and it was like it was basically like a living spinning top, except it was like a torso. Like with like the legs detached and a metal spike on the bottom, and it just had like 16 arms around it. And like I mean it's still a person there and yeah.
Makes you wonder what happened to him.
Yeah, exactly. I like to make things that you're like wondering what the hell happened to this guy?
And
Oh
what
my
purpose does
god.
this serve? Why do they make him like this, or what happened to him?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
having that thought-provoking stuff is very interesting.
That's great for horror designs, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, that's
walk
my
it-
favorite thing in horror games, is when you see an enemy design, and you're like, what is this? What is going on? Like, it is so just out of the uncanny valley to the point where it's like, it doesn't,
It's
like,
That's why-
wrong.
it's wrong. It feels wrong. Like,
That's
it
why like
feels...
Silent Hill has like my favorite like creature design from any game. Silent Hill 2 specifically.
Because it
Yeah,
just makes
Silent
you
Hill was a
feel
pretty
weird.
good inspiration for me.
I like when the creature design itself has like is like a metaphor for something.
Exactly.
Yeah, it has a meaning.
Yeah.
It wasn't those enemies in Shrine 2, the hanged guys? Oh, what were those guys? The guys that were giant nooses? What were those guys?
Are you talking about the guys who were like floating and carried? They were like floating like noose people, and they had like a dude
Yes.
like being
those
carried.
guys. Yes.
Wait, what about them?
What are those supposed to represent? I've always been confused by that.
Oh, there's no like metaphor shit in Shrine 2. I was like, oh, cool enemy.
I like to think it's a
Yeah, that's good
metaphor for
enough.
them being absolutely pathetic in the first game, so they literally just let themselves get hung by other monsters.
Yeah, like
Oh,
I
wait.
think
They're literally
you
from the first
succeeded.
game.
Like
Correct.
people are
Oh,
thinking
wait.
about it.
Those guys, like, those were the guys that were
From the
essentially like
first
the
run.
pistol guys, right?
Oh yeah, they were. I remember.
Really
Just put
tiny.
a cloak on them.
They went,
They're the guys that go down in a
Oh.
single shot.
The metaphor is that I'm sad.
Oh,
those were the
It's
guys
good
that went,
to be sad sometimes.
oh, right? The
Oh,
The
yeah,
metaphor
though.
is that I think way too
Oh.
deeply into my friend's stuff.
The hero has
Alright.
big teeth because he is hungry.
Well, I mean,
Alright.
I mean, a lot of sort of inspiration comes from like intuition, so that it might mean something, but you might not be able to tell you might not be able to tell it by yourself yet. You just know that there's something there, and then someone else can find it for you, and they're like, oh yeah, totally,
Yeah, I do want to end myself.
yeah.
I'm gonna have to give a Mamma
Speaking
Mia
of
for
ending
that.
ourselves,
Nice.
This is like a really weird time to like leave though, because
Only positive vibes on
It'll
the
seem
stream.
like-
This is very positive
Yeah,
energy.
We're all very.
when I leave, I will not die. I promise you that. But
don't,
Okay.
don't worry. Mango said hung instead of hanged, so he's talking about big penises.
I'm hung, bro.
Alright, guys,
Uh,
next question.
hold on. I'm heading out for now though, so I just wanted to say goodbye.
Alright.
It's nice talking to you, bud.
Nice
Yeah.
talking
I
to
lo-
you. Great.
I love you all. I hope we can just sort of hang out one day. So,
Yeah.
We should do that more often. Like, yeah. That'd be fun.
all right.
yeah, but
well,
without the white bread.
yeah, you can stop. I love you, Record Head. Take care.
Oh,
Come on!
oh,
Come on,
oh.
you guys are gonna do it. You can't just leave me out. I'm the one that made the server.
Oh,
I mean, why not?
You're right.
hold on.
Because
Thank
What's
you.
What's a sandwich without white bread? What's a
Thank you.
sandwich without bread?
I don't know, a
That's a good
steak
meal.
or a salad
Hold on.
maybe. I don't know.
Okay, take care, guys. I'll see you
Alright.
later.
Dude,
See ya, see ya.
Bye, guys.
See you, man.
Take
Have a
care.
good
Bye
one.
bye.
That was a weird kiss.
Alright, guys, next question. This was for Hakida. Do you have any second thoughts or regrets about introducing the idea of alternate weapon variants, since the alternate revolver has had more changes than the other weapons so far?
No, not really. The thing is, most weapons do have like as much changes as the alternate revolver does, but it was introduced very late before release. So sort of now people are sort of actively seeing how much I have to tinker with the weapons to make them fit sort of in terms of balance. Because the alternate revolver, which is the one that sort of changes the base stats, is sort of it's very much sort of I'm still trying to figure out the exact niche that it should fill. So it's really not that much different from all the other weapons, and I think I really like about the base like alternate weapon types is that they give a sort of it's a fairly simple thing in terms of how to make it, and it sort of it opens up a lot more player expression again. So I honestly like I'm glad I put it in, and I hope to add more in the future.
Yeah, I love the alternate weapon stuff. That's fantastic. I also like that if you don't like an alternate weapon type, you can just take it out of your loadout so it's not there. Stuff like that.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
I appreciate the options.
What did you think about when people first got it? They would just quick swap between both of the alternate revolvers and just get boom, 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 boom.
Well, yeah, the problem with that is that it was creating, like it was helping people, or rather it was letting people play in a boring way, because you can use the revolver at any distance, so you sort of that let people get really high, the highest damage output in the game from a safe distance, so that's why I fixed it. But like animation cancelling in general, I like that. That's why the shotgun can be animation cancelled. So yeah.
You should include like a power up in some of the later chapters that lets you do that.
White Bread is giving a suggestion.
Yes, I am.
That white bread is.
Is that going to be my name? You know
Yes.
what? I
Yeah.
acknowledge it.
Yeah.
I'm white bread now. I like white bread, so you know what?
Okay.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
White bread
It's
tastes great.
perfect,
I don't
it's
know what
all
you're going on
perfect.
about.
Cool, I like
how have you
food.
not eaten white bread and going, dang, this sucks?
Oh.
You have not. White bread is great.
Unrelated,
It's
but
okay, but it's really bland.
Yeah, but you know the British seem to like it a lot.
Yeah, well,
Well,
the
the
British
British-
are stupid.
There's a reason we ran away from Britain.
Yeah, nothing like
And they're
stargazing
fucking
pie and
raw
jelly
balls.
deals.
Whatever.
this
But, like, I
unrelated.
will-
Oh, okay.
What is a sandwich without white bread? Nothing.
A steak, a salad, maybe depends on the
sandwich with
ingredients.
whole wheat bread?
Steak is awful. Steak's
Oh,
terrible.
okay,
Let's
Mr.
not
White
have
Bread.
this.
Okay.
Yeah, fucking white bread
Let's-
as
come
white
on.
bread.
Jesus
Okay,
Christ.
You're not even white bread at this point. You're just an idiot.
You're an empty fucking plate.
Oh my god!
Oh
I
my
eat without
God.
plates when I go to. I order.
Alright, let's.
Alright, next question.
Next
Before
question
that,
before I beat
unrelated. Barry
Record head
asked.
up.
I was kidding. Steak is not terrible. I just wanted to
Unrelated.
make you guys angry.
Barry
Yeah,
asked,
sure.
why is there a box? So that Ultra isn't on the carpet alone. He
Our
was
mid
too powerful.
2000 shooters.
I
gonna
have a
re-
Metal Gear now. I wrote it on the inside of the box. I wrote it.
Our mid
thank you.
our mid 2000 shooters gonna resurrect like boomer shooters did.
Yes,
Like
next
a-
question.
I hope
Yeah,
so.
yeah. I'd say yes. I think everything just kind of loops around. So yeah. That's
Yeah,
That makes
it's
sense.
nostalgia cycles.
Mm-hmm.
Fair, fair.
100%.
All right. How many times has the PC crashed while making something extremely important for a game? So, like, are there any stories about that?
Not really.
Nope. Autosave exists for
Never.
most programs, so it's never been a problem.
And
Remember to keep saving.
All right, nice.
All the time.
I don't know about others, but for me, only maybe the engine crashes. The PC never really.
Oh, because Unity is great and awesome, very,
It is.
very amazing.
It is.
Oh, of course, I love Unity technologies. I wish I. Okay, yeah. Mm.
What game do you guys always look back to as reference for how you want your game to turn out like?
DMC3.
Quake.
The void, nothingness.
Wario Land 4.
Super Mario 2.
It's not even a joke though. It just sounds
I
kind of
don't know.
silly saying it
No,
out
no,
loud.
it's not even that. It's just the contrast between between the answers. DMC3, Quake, empty nothingness, empty nothingness. Wario Land 4.
I'm making a
Uh,
very different kind of first-person shooter,
And that's good.
and it's good.
like how we
It's just
all-
it makes explaining things a little hard to someone who has no idea what I do.
Mm.
Making a Doom game, but it's Wario.
No. It's really not Doom game at all.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've monster at this point.
But
But
no, I'm trying to
regardless.
say how
It's
people are
beyond
trying to
Doom at this point.
to explain it to people. You know?
I'll figure that out for myself. All right, bud.
Yeah, maybe it's better for an artist and not white bread to reading these things.
Damn.
God, you're ripping into him.
Well, excuse me. I
White
don't
bread
want
is
to get.
really easy to rip apart.
Okay, tinnitus. Okay,
Man, you're on a
tinnitus.
roll. Get it?
I don't get it.
All right, let's next question. Are we good to go?
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Hakita, what inspired the idea of blood being a healing source?
Glory kills. But I wanted
Yeah,
them
I
to be
think we already
better.
did that.
All right,
So
next question. Where'd you get the idea for sick coin flips?
Okay, so this one is kind of there's a couple steps to it because first of all there's this sort of general idea of like shooting a small thing and then managing to hit it to get like a special effect. Like for an example, that came to me from Vanquish. Now I've never actually played Vanquish, but I heard from someone that there's like a thing that you can like. Apparently, it turned out to not be true, but I heard that you could like throw a cigar and then you could shoot it out of the air and then it would explode or something. But actually, it was just a grenade. Like you can throw a grenade and shoot it out of the air. But that still sort of stuck with me, that idea. Then that sort of combined into like, okay, well, what's something that you can throw in the air and shoot? Well, Wild West movies, they always throw coins in the air and shoot them to sort of show how accurate they are at shooting. It's like, okay, we combine that into it, and then it's sort of then of course I was still thinking about like, okay, because I was still sort of caught up in the old Ricochet revolver idea, and I was like, okay, well, what really makes it cool is maybe I can combine all of this. Like, you throw a small thing and you can hit it. That can be a coin, and then that'll ricochet the shot. And then all this sort of came together in like a perfect storm. And then that's how the coin revolver was born.
I love that thing. I can never hit it, but I love it.
Yeah,
wish I
it's actually surprisingly easy. It's really, you just have to get used to how it gets changed based on your momentum. So you just need to.
One day.
And also, if you just want to hit it, you can just do a flick shot upwards immediately after you throw it, and you always hit it.
Yeah, that I do that.
Yeah, there's no shame in that. That just means you'll miss out on the split shot timing.
Hey guys, hold on. Quick thing. Look on the general chat. Someone made this during the stream. Hold on.
Yeah.
That's what I see when I see your PFP.
Record bread.
On the general chat.
Yeah, usually Peter put that on the stream.
Peter, put it on the stream.
Oh,
Sure,
I
put
looked
it
at
there,
the
please.
Ultra Kill general chat and there was the Ultra message too. Okay, I'll add both of them.
What?
There we go.
Oh, it's glorious. It's amazing.
Replace the background.
Oh yeah,
with
I
it.
can replace the bread. Yeah, that's a good idea. There we go.
You know what they say? All toasters toast.
Toast.
Yeah, see, the reason I keep burning record head is to make it into something that tastes better.
You just keep thinking of things.
Stop! You don't have to make it gigantic.
It's impressive. It's legitimately impressive what you're doing, man.
Thank you.
Hakita, you can't just do this, and you can't just do this to me.
You can.
I mean, I can.
Pieces
Yeah,
of bread don't have rights.
Okay. Bye bye. I'm gonna leave the chat now.
I see ya. Next question.
I see you on my sandwich.
How do you structure the development of mechanics?
Ooh.
I don't even know what that question means.
What do you mean? you have to think about. Well, I guess it depends on what you are trying to add. You have to. I don't know. I think about a lot of things.
I
I
guess
guess I don't really have a pattern for it. Sorry.
Yeah, really what I usually start with is, just trying to get an idea that's cool, that's interesting, that has that visual impact. And then I start thinking about how it would like sort of fit in, like would it have a unique role, and then would it like overlap with anything? And I have to actually think about if it would actually be useful or if it's just like a novelty thing. Because if it's just a novelty thing, then it would just take up a weapon slot and it would be worthless. So I guess I just start with like trying to come up with a cool idea that sort of has that like impact factor that makes that go like because that's usually the sign of a good idea, and then I just try to fit that in.
Hakita,
that's-
someone in the chat said, if you know that bread is bland, that means you've tasted me. That means you've tasted my bread.
Now, honestly, don't worry about it. He doesn't have any taste.
Oh man, you.
Oh, what a
Man.
what a terrible chat message. What a terrible chat message. All right, anybody else have anything on this question before we move on?
Probably a bunch of people, considering I was the only one who answered.
That's why I said anybody else.
Well, yeah, I do.
Go ahead then, Mango,
So I was gonna. Well, before Record had rudely interrupted me asking if anyone wanted to say something.
Well, Nico, do you want to say something?
Okay, maybe I will. So I like to think of like things that already exist in the game and think of like ways to like throw in like something special and add more strategy. Then I go like, oh wow, this specific interaction is kind of cool. How can I spread it to just about anything else in the game? And well, then I start making and then I finish it. And yeah, this was a hard to answer question.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's kind of a vague question in itself.
All right, Peter, Ultra.
What was the question?
How do you structure your development mechanics?
I'm a very good game designer, and I don't have to say anything. It's
He's got it all figured out right now.
he's just perfect,
Yeah, well, you don't need to be a game designer.
I mean,
There's a reason it's a job.
I have a very unique way of designing games. I message Akira, and then I message Akira. Yes. That's it.
Yeah, it works. It's like I said, yeah, you don't have to be a game designer to be a game developer, because there's a reason that's a job. And just because almost everyone in this call is a game designer doesn't mean that it's any more important or any less important than any other job in game development. Ultra?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was a lot of the things that you said, Hakita, I agree with. I guess my big thing is I always worry if it's
Oh no.
The treasure tech land system is going to be side grades for the weapons. Like you'll be able to have one of each slot at a time, and I want them all to be useful in their own way. I don't want to make anything that's just better. So I guess when it comes to like my development, I just make sure like nothing's really doing the same thing as something else. And if it is, it's doing it in an interesting way with a different balance.
Yeah.
I guess the most important thing I consider is, can this be used in conjunction with like all these other mechanics I have present, or is it like way too of its own thing? Like, has it built way too much of its own identity? Because at that point, I'm like, I don't think it belongs. I think this belongs in something else. It might not even be a bad idea, but it might not be one that'll fit thematically with everything else. So,
Yeah, because no weapon should be an island.
I have a friend that has dealt with this, or rather, a person that has come up to him. He is a veteran Doom modder. He's made a lot of projects. One of them is Final Doomer Plus, where there's specific weapon kits for very famous megawads. Like, you can play those megawads with a weapon set that is themed around it, and all the mechanics are different to be built around that megawatt. One person has complained to him that he made the shotgun for the TNT pack too good, and went on a massive rant, like an insane rant, about how the TNT super shotgun is the best weapon ever created, and you have no reason to use the other weapons. Now, if you played it, you realize it actually is really balanced, but you don't want to have someone fall into that position where they'll just use one weapon because it's that good, and ammo's always there for you.
Absolutely.
But yeah, that's what I gotta say about it.
Yeah. Alright, next question.
Yeah, what's next?
Hold on. If you had an infinite budget to spend on making your dream game, what would be some stuff it would include?
Graphics. Graphics.
I'd hire a composer.
Oh, hey, I'm right here.
Oh, I don't have money. Not to buy a composer.
I'm holding myself not to say the Deus Ex quote.
Which one?
Maybe you should try getting a job.
I do have a job. It just doesn't make enough money to buy composers, alright?
Then maybe you should join
Ultra.
Majestic 12.
Maybe you should
Ultra.
join Majestic 12 in a body bag.
Ultra, depending on the level of sort of composition you want, I can make a song in a day. Like, it's no problem for me.
Can we talk about this after the stream? Like, if we're gonna be talking about that kind of stuff, I
Surprise announcements, ladies and gentlemen.
Surprise announcement! Record head is white bread.
That's not a surprise.
Just kidding. That's not a fucking surprise.
I speak for 2 seconds and you call me white bread. Let me talk.
No.
I guess the big thing is, well, with my job, I do get extra money, but it's like, if I'm gonna hire someone, I don't want to composition work and whatnot, and art. I know what that's like because I do that for a living right now. So I don't want to cut someone short, That's what I'm saying. So if I had an infinite budget, I could give any composer anything. I wouldn't have to feel bad for them making the music for my game.
Oh yeah. Also, I would, if I had infinite budget, I would get someone else to make levels because I don't like making levels.
That kind of defeats the purpose, doesn't it?
No.
No, you could get a level designer.
There's a reason it's a job and not,
There are a lot of people that specifically only do that get hired to help design levels.
There's a reason I only made a single level for Shrine 2. Because I don't like making levels.
I like making levels. I actually really like mapping. I have no idea if my maps are good, but I really enjoy the process.
I really like the ones I played.
Yeah,
They're pretty good, man.
Look forward to the ones coming out.
If I had infinite budget to make a game, I'd want to make it,
White Bread Simulator.
Oh, that's...
No, Bread Simulator already exists. Literally, you can buy it.
All right, Peter. Idea for the next stream. We're gonna be playing Bread Simulator,
Oh.
What?
co-op edition.
What do you mean?
What do you mean next stream?
There's gotta
What do you
be
mean next stream?
Yeah,
next stream.
in quotations.
Next?
I'm
Next.
entering I'm going to have way more free time for starting tomorrow, so I'll enter a crunch mode. No streaming, only.
Streaming is now cancelled. Goodbye, everyone.
I don't know. I'm not going to stream games probably. That's
Yep.
for sure.
Sure.
Alright,
be- Or maybe I will. Who knows?
Anybody else have anything to say for this question?
Testers, more testers. I already have like quite a few testers, and they're all volunteers though. If I could get someone paid, I'd feel a lot less bad, and I know that they would. I know they would spend a lot of time testing out my stuff and making sure everything works, everything's balanced. That would be extremely convenient just to have a dedicated group of people to test out weapons or levels for me.
Yeah, I'm very lucky that New Blood has a QA team because it helps a lot.
Well, absolutely. From experience, quality assurance on your own game isn't very fun. Or
Well, don't worry, Menko. It's not very fun to do on someone else's game either.
But at least they
Oh.
get paid for it. That's like
Yep.
the one big thing that is
yeah,
It's a
their
job.
I really pay
it's their
myself.
job. The reason why making maps takes a while for me is I'll finish the map and have it ready. I go through it like 100 times myself just to make sure it's all good.
Mm.
Like a large part of it is just playtesting, and having as many like free hands to help me with that it's good. But having a dedicated team, now that's something else.
All right, next question.
All right, next question. What's your favorite weapon that you've designed for your games, or just that you drew or arted in any way?
I have
That's hard.
this question feels like it's for me.
Yeah, mine answer is very short. It's the Marksman Revolver, the coin gun.
The Marksman is amazing. Is an amazing weapon. It's my
Thank you.
favorite as well. What about you, Mango?
My favorite is probably the Bone Mortar from Shrine 2. It's basically you can either launch one large arcing projectile that explodes, or launch
that
a
thing.
shotgun blast of smaller arcing projectiles that do less damage on their own, but overall do like way more damage. But you got to be at closer range, and if you get the like weapon enhancement power up, you can shoot homing like a gigantic ball of fire that homes in on enemies and instantly kills any normal enemy it hits, and then does insane splash damage for everything else. And then the alt fire, while it's powered up, just straight up creates a portal into another universe that rains down fire. It was a weapon that I had a lot of fun making.
It's cool.
Peter, what about you?
My favorite
know if Peter
weapon
has.
is probably the only weapon that I made. It's the terrible shotgun from Legolas, and it's like the future iterations that haven't been released because it's still a project, I guess. It's not really special. It's just
You're just glad you got it.
It's a
working?
shotgun with a bunch of like floating shells above it, and you the longer you hold the mouse button, the more shells you load in, and when you release, there is a lot of knockback, and like at least the game jam version of the game, you couldn't move in it, and you had to rely on knockback to move. So it's like kind of like rocket jumping, but you can even do it. You can even do it while you're midair, and you have to time everything right. So I guess it's a weapon. So
It was very hard to use, but it was very interesting.
thanks, Akira. It was. But,
Yeah, it can definitely be turned into a full game mechanic, I think.
maybe.
So
Yeah,
I
that's
think
everything.
Ultra had a big.
For me, it's the starting pistol in Treasure Tech, the Fortune Finder. It
I
represents a
fucking
lot.
love that thing.
It
It's so
represents-
fucking thick.
It represents a lot of things for me. Treasure Tech went through multiple art passes, and the art passes, whenever I redid everything and reconfigured everything, got better as an artist. Wanted to make it look and feel and play better. That pistol was always like the focus. It's a personal weapon. It's the one you started out with. At first, it started as an infinite ammo weapon, but it was really weak and it had a scope. And then I figured out the slug mechanic, but it still had infinite ammo. And I never, at the time, I'd always be like, yeah, this thing looks great. I did a great job spriting it. But eventually I'd make like a new weapon. And then I'd be like, well, now it doesn't look so good. But when I made it in its current configuration, I think that was like a whole new like level of sprite art for me personally. I think I did I got a bit of hubris. I think that weapon looks great. I think I did a fantastic job with the sprite work. And when I figured out, like, it doesn't need to have infinite ammo. If I'm going to make a starting weapon, I should do the complete opposite of Doom. I want to make it something people want to use. So when I made it basically a weapon that gets from picking up other ammo types and whatnot, you're always going to get ammo for it slowly. And I wanted to make it something useful. So it's... it fires mega class rounds and it kills everything. But the thing is, you can't use it for very long. It's something you can rely on it because you're gonna get ammo for it, but you can't lean on it. And you can use it in almost any situation because that thing does not care what it's shooting at. It wants to kill what it's aimed at. So it's a lot of a lot of personal experience with that weapon. It just means a lot to me personally. And it's like probably my favorite weapon in Treasure Town.
It's great.
Yeah,
it's everything.
Let me tell you, it's an incredible weapon, man. The getting ammo from other ammo types thing is something that I've actually used in one of my mods because it was so cool. Well, I use it in Shrine too, but like there's a secret weapon in it, and I don't want to have an ammo type for a secret weapon all over the maps because then that will give the secret weapon away, and well, then I basically did that for it. But I'm just saying it's a very good weapon and it's a great first impression on the player, and the rest of the weapons are still pretty great as well.
I guess in some ways, since it is the weapon that you were always guaranteed to have, I feel like it immediately reflects like the personality of the thing you're playing, because it actually sends enemies flying when they get hit by it. Like they're in a stunned position as they fly into the horizon. Like, yeah, it just means a lot to me.
Yeah, and there's a really big problem in a lot of, especially retro FPS, where it's like, well, your slot 1 is your fists or your melee weapon, you'll never use it. Slot 2 is a pistol, you'll only ever use it until you get slot 3, and then, oh boy, now you have 2 completely useless slots in your inventory.
Yeah, I wanted to avoid that at all costs.
Yeah,
so that's
and
why,
yours is amazing.
Yeah, that's why I made it something that people go, wow, I really like this starting pistol. I could fight anything with it, basically.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, also, like, when I, like, even, like, if I hadn't known you, like, I would have probably tried out Treasure Tech just from seeing that pistol, because it is just the biggest fucking thing, and the way it animates is so fucking beautiful.
That is one of the few weapons. I hadn't really gotten any animation practice in at that current time. A friend animated it for me, but I still did all the sprite work on it, so I still feel like it's... I think he gave it, like, basically he was the one that taught me how to animate things from animating that pistol for me, so... But again, it's just a lot of personal attachment stories to that thing.
Well,
it's
my compliments to the chef.
Oh, man.
Next question?
Yep.
Okay. Was the style system something you always wanted to implement into Ultra Kill, or something that spurred as development continued? And if so, what provoked the idea?
Yeah, I was there from the start, like at the very start when I was thinking about... Because the whole thing that started off Ultra Kill is me trying to come up with all the things that I think are fun in video games, and I obviously love the style system in Devil May Cry because it's such an ingenious system, and I think most games are fucking stupid for not using it, because it immediately makes gameplay more interesting, since it gives players like an inherent immediate reward for trying to do different things than just the path of least resistance. So that was there from the very start. It's something I really wanted to do.
Yeah. Nice. All right, next question. How many different weapons do you think will be in the final game, not including shop alts?
5. The next one's gonna be the last one.
Hey, nice.
A
I like it
Florp
when-
launcher.
I like when devs keep it limited, because my thing with a lot of other games when they have too many guns is that a lot of them just become useless. Like, he already touched on that, but like
Yeah.
when I was playing Black Mesa, I never used the hive hand, like ever. Like it was just useless.
Yeah, and definitely with Ultra Kill, especially since there's no ammo to worry about, there's like if a weapon is worse than another, then you really have no reason ever to use it. So that was already like the 5th weapon. It was already very difficult to find a place for it that isn't overlapping with anything else. But I'm really happy with sort of how it came out, and it, unlike the nail gun, it was just like an immediate fit. I didn't have to keep redoing it over and over to sort of get it to the correct place. So I'm really happy that I got one more weapon in, and I really doubt that there's more space, especially because of all the variations I have to do.
Yeah, I think that's one thing you have really going for you. Since you have the small weapon size, you can just have configurations of those weapons, and it makes you get a ton of options while still having a very reasonably like sized arsenal that you can just keep in mind in your head. I think that's very well designed.
Thank you.
I can't wait to see a Florp as the 5th weapon.
Florp
yeah,
is the
also-
final weapon.
Also, to disappoint Teddy, the original plan was to have 4 variations per weapon, but I'm probably going to cut it down to 3 variations for weapons, because
That's interesting.
4 is just, it's too much to be able to make everything useful.
Too bloated.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's
So I'm
already
probably
really
just
hard.
gonna- I'm probably just
Sorry.
gonna make the gold version just like a weapon skin or something that it costs way more.
That'd be fun.
Speaking of
Golden
cost,
Florp.
do you think you're ever going to introduce like an item shop possibly? Because
No.
I have built up like
Absolutely never.
Oh, Akira, I have an idea.
100%
Make
no.
release Ultra Kill
No,
free
with,
to
like,
play
the-
on the
with-
Play Store with skins and microtransactions.
no, not that.
Uh,
Listen, like with the points you can
Just-
get in game.
Yeah, and the
Like,
thing,
I have
the problem with the item shop idea is that, you know, I assume you mean like one-time usable items.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Something
the
like that.
problem with that is that basically either if you buy those, the game becomes too easy. If you don't buy those, the game might become too hard if it's balanced around using the items. So then the problem becomes that every time you want to attempt a level, you have to have the item in order to have the best possible chance at a high score. And that's a really fucking bad idea, not just because it wastes a lot of money and people might have to grind money, but also because it adds some extra extra time to every single attempt where you have to go to the shop again to buy the item again. It is just like a complete waste, and it really just doesn't add anything to the game to have one-time use items that you have to buy.
Alternate skins, possibly.
That was the thing I mentioned earlier.
All right.
I have an idea.
Sure.
Just to make a slot machine that never wins. You just put money into
I
it.
did. So, like, I at one point I did have the idea of just having a button in the shop that's just like give money, and it does nothing, but you can press it to give money. There's no secret to it. There's no congratulation message. No like, yay, you gave money. It's just money goes off your bank account into the shop.
You do that. You are an evil man.
But no, I'm gonna make it very clear that's what it does, and people are still gonna fucking press it.
I have built up over like 3 million points. I think I'm gonna do it for like an hour straight.
Yeah.
Could you imagine though, like that could be an interesting thing for a custom map. You have to go through the level getting points, and you have to pay to get to the to open the indoor.
No, that's a very different system then, since that can't be using the actual like points.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah, I can already like think of how to do it with the already existing object activator system. So it's definitely already possible. Yeah. But you know, it's possible. And you know what modders love? Something being possible.
I do like that.
Like
All right.
it doesn't have to be clean. It just has to be possible, and modders will do it. It's better for it to be clean, but if it's possible, then that's also enough. Because you know, good enough.
Right.
Oh yeah, you should definitely add those at some point. But you know, I'm just saying it's already possible technically.
Second question. Or not second, just next question. Pete. The second
All
question
right.
of the stream, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm ready.
All right. Peter and Hakia, what was it like working on Ultra Kill before New Blood picked it up? And if so, how different is it from now?
Not very. Wait, there's people in the chat saying Peter's mic is dead.
Hello. Okay. I don't know how did that happen. My binds desynchronized. Okay, never mind. I'll repeat from the beginning. At least for me, it was a pretty big difference. I mean, that changed because even though I was passionate about Ultra Kill from the very beginning and very much, having that, I'd call this a job, and having the ability to earn money completely changes how I manage my time and think about everything, like even internally in my mind. I'm able to, like, without any, without forcing myself, I'm able to dedicate way more time into it without feeling bad at all.
Yeah, definitely. That's true, because
Plus,
for me,
yeah.
I don't, like, obviously I make money from sales, but it's not like things haven't actually changed for me in terms of getting money, like just working on the game. So it's mostly the same for me, but for everyone who's been working with me, it's very different.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, it's because you're not only working at the game, but you're also improving your, I'd say, stability and everything. It's just, it feels way better, even though, yeah, you just get more good feeling points while working on it. And so it's easier to do more, just simply, yeah.
Money's a good motivator.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
It's good to be able to, survive.
Yep. You know what? I'll agree to that. I'll drink to that.
Like, oh yeah, now that money, per hour, okay, 10 hours a day then, let's go.
Per hour.
So, since record heads off again, Peter, you can pick the next question.
There we go.
But we'll probably just only do a couple more.
Maybe we can rush for them. There are, like, the list doesn't have a scroll anymore, and I think we can rush for them.
Oh. Yeah, we can probably do the rest of them, yeah, but Mango's gonna leave soon, so...
So,
we'll do the rest
Mango, do you have some questions that you especially like? Are you looking at the Trello, or...?
Yeah. Oh, Mango, you're muted.
Hey, wake up.
Oh no, I accidentally hit unmute.
Is there any questions you want?
No, I can just basically answer any as long as I can answer it.
Speak up,
Can you
please.
Speak up.
What?
Speak up.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
I can just take whatever question as long as I can answer it.
Just pick something,
Yeah, pick something that isn't for me.
Everyone pool. I guess this one is pretty universal, and I guess, yeah, this one could work. What has been the toughest part of the... Didn't we answer this one? Like something similar?
I think we already
I think that was
did.
the first
Okay, yeah.
Okay, let's do something else then.
It wasn't priority.
Oh man, we're going through these questions quick!
Okay. How did you come up with the concept of your game?
Didn't we already do this one too?
Why are they in priority?
Because we forgot to clean them.
Next one.
How about the
This-
lore question?
I think one
Oh,
is
we have a
not
lore
marked as
question.
Akira, the music one, unless other people make music here.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you can mark it as
But
Akira.
maybe, yeah, I mean this one. I think this one could be a good one.
Frey said Dirty Boys. Mm-hmm. Which one? Oh yeah. How much lore work is put in any of your games?
Yeah, I think Megan can go first.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of put it as like a secondary thing, but I find it very fun to like come up with things. Like, I looked at the second level of Shrine 2 and I basically came up with like an entire backstory for it just being named Corpse Farm. And, well, I don't know, I find it fun to make, so I end up probably just getting way too into it.
Yeah. So, yeah, actually, I should probably go last since some people who may have noticed my Twitter have noticed that I have very hot opinions on this matter. So, Peter, do you have lore?
Lore.
Or dreamed?
Lore is... that's an interesting one because I just feel like any lore that I have, like... I haven't reached the point of exposing the lore to, you know, anywhere. I just keep it in my mind close there, but lore usually just... I put no work into it, it just usually things build up around the, you know, around me making environments and having just ideas, so I don't put actual work. Yeah. Oh, record head is gone, and we have lost a row, so I should probably move everyone up. There we go.
I am no longer.
Oh my god, it's moving slowly.
There we go.
We'll have the bread. No, you should put the bread in, but transparent, so it's like the ghost of him watching over us.
I don't think I can do that. I have to modify the image.
Alright, yeah, no problem.
Yeah, that's it. So Ultra.
It's definitely a secondary thing. I'll make what I think is cool. The thing with Treasure Tech is basically it's a cartoon, so nothing too matters. But like afterwards, when I make everything, I like to think about just how everything operates and the purpose of certain things and how that can be funny or in a like a nice wholesome way too. So it is definitely a secondary thing. It's never when I'm developing the game, I don't really think about the lore. It's definitely when I'm not developing the game, that's when I'm thinking of the lore of like, why did I do that? Where did that mechanic come from? Where does it serve in like a normal world if it could? And stuff like that. Make fun little comics of the characters interacting with each other and whatnot. That's what I like to do.
Well, for me, it's well, likewise with Ultra, it's usually a thing I do afterwards to sort of connect the dots. And contrary to possible belief, I wouldn't say it's popular, but possible is that some people, you know, assume that just because the story is not a focus in Ultra Kill, that the game doesn't have a story. But I do have a lot of story. I do have a lot of lore and stuff that I've been working on. It's just the thing is that I don't want it to be in the game unless it's relevant to the story I want to tell. So this is kind of because a lot of people have been asking me a lot of sort of questions like, you know, who built V1? And my answer to that is who fucking cares? It doesn't matter who built V1. I could say Michael McNobody, and that wouldn't change anything about the game or the story, because that's just a pointless name. Because it doesn't really tie into what I want to tell with the story. So I would rather just not say those things in order to not distract or detract from the actual point and focus I want with the story. Because there are themes I want to have in the story, as minimal as the story is, and it never takes precedence over the gameplay. There are themes, there are ideas I want to express with it, And I do think that as long as it doesn't get as long as I manage to make it work, and this is gonna be a big a large part of this is gonna be, how amazing Gianni is as a voice actor to be able to hopefully portray what I want to do with the story and the characters. I think it's gonna be a very focused, very sort of thematically appropriate story that I want to tell, and I hope that all the lore that I do add into the game will at least in some way either feed into that, or at least add enough fleshing out to the world and the characters and stuff that it sort of that it creates like a feeling that there is things there and it's not just a shallow backdrop. But I do want it to be I definitely want it to be vague enough that people will be putting their own interpretation in the story, because I always feel like people will all find a more interesting, like everyone puts themselves in how they read a story, so how people will read the story will always be better for themselves than what I might be able to come up with, as long as I can give them the proper direction and sort of explain the ideas properly enough that I want to explore. Then people can sort of tie up their loose ends by themselves and find more interesting answers that I could give them myself.
Yeah.
I think that's a great thing you have going, honestly.
Thank you.
You really put a lot of mind into it. I feel like most people probably don't think about most of those things when they're making the story for their game.
Yeah, well, luckily the thing about Ultra Kill is that development takes a pretty long time, and I already have almost all the mechanics figured out. So really what I think about when I think about Ultra Kill is all the story things and such, and how to make that come together in a way where it doesn't get in the way of what people are really there for, which is the gameplay.
I think that's pretty satisfying.
Thank you.
All right, do we have another question?
Mengo, are you leaving now?
Oh, sorry.
Actually, I think I'll stay for one more.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So which one? Does anyone have any question?
We'll most of us will just do the rest, and Mengo didn't have any particular ones.
What are some game design choice? Maybe the game design one at the bottom of the priority list. Okay. What are some game design choices you don't like and want to avoid? Let's start with Mango.
Speak up.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was clearing my throat. I do not like to let
still,
players become like.
You're still quiet. Sorry.
Sorry. I don't like letting players get complacent and falling into doing one thing over and over. But Wait. Sorry, I just kind of spaced out for a second.
That's fine.
Yeah, I don't like letting players become complacent with gameplay and letting it devolve into doing one thing over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Which is honestly my biggest problem with Doom 2016, because
absolutely. Not gonna lie, I had to go back half a year later to finish the game because I got tired of it. Because it's a very repetitive game.
Late in the game, I was literally slamming my head into the wall behind me, waiting for it to end. And when I got to the end, I wasn't breathing a sigh of relief because, oh my god, that was so difficult. I mean, it was kind of difficult, I guess. Not with a BFG trick, but just because I was done and I didn't have to see the same exact hell background over and over.
Yeah, definitely.
Also, I don't really like points where you kind of add variety in just to have variety, like vehicle sections.
Yeah, the important thing about making variety is it should be in a way where it doesn't stop the core, but instead it supports it.
I got spooked.
I want to play Mega Man, not ride a motorcycle.
Yeah. But yeah, Mega Man is a good example because Mega Man has a lot of variety. It's just always done in a way where it never gets in the way of the jumping and the shooting.
Except with like Mega Man 8, where it's literally like a mediocre side-scrolling shooter and a pretty.
Well, I wouldn't
lame
know. I've only
snowboarding
played like
section.
2 and 3.
Oh well. 8 and X8 are literally both like barely ever Mega Man games, and it hurts. Well, anyway, I'm kind of getting a little tired right now, so I'm probably gonna head out.
Okay.
All right.
See ya.
See you guys. It's been
Yeah,
fun.
thanks
Yeah,
for
thanks
coming,
for
Mango.
dropping by.
Yep. See ya.
Yeah, see you, man.
Before anyone answers, BGB, thank you for the sub. Thanks very much. Thank you. Danke. Okay. So who's next? I think we can just continue back from from the left.
Wait.
Akira. Huh?
Right now we have a triple ultra stream.
2 Ultra Kill developers, 1 person named Ultra that has no involvement with Ultra Kill. But there will be Ultra Kill things in Treasure Tech, so let's just swing it that way.
I'm feeling somewhat unsafe. You two are looking at me and I'm...
Yeah, I want that carpet. You took my box away. You took my Metal Gear away. You took me off the carpet. Now I'm over here on these cold stairs.
Please don't beat me up.
I won't. I like you. I think
Thanks.
everyone's too hard on you.
No one's more hard on me than I deserve. I haven't.
No one's more hard on you than you.
Yeah, maybe you have to find the time to forgive yourself. But anyways,
No.
Did anyone else have a, or is it my turn?
No, you can go. I'll go after you.
Kind of what Minko brought up before he left. Vehicle sections, I think, are the ones in Half-Life, really. Half-Life 2, really. I do not like that airboat section. I think it lasts too long. I understand having a vehicle section is there to help, like, keeps pacing fresh. I believe in that. You want to keep pacing fresh. The airboat section, I think, in itself isn't bad. I just think it overstays its welcome.
Yeah, because
Like, how many times
love,
do you have to stop to open a gate? Like 3 times, right?
Yeah, I love the airboat section, but it probably should have been cut in half.
Yeah, if it was half the size, I don't think that'd be a problem. Like, it's cool that you get the upgrade for it. They put the turret on it, the helicopter turret on your airboat. And then you could fight the helicopter. You get it's the Valve thing of like jingling the keys in front of you and then finally getting them. Like you could fight the helicopter, but it feels way too long that you are just using that airboat, and I can feel my like brain falling out of my head.
Yeah, actually, funny story about that is when I first played Half-Life 2, I was like 8, and like right when it released, and I like in my childhood I remember the airboat section being like a really long, like multiple hours long, but it was just it just felt that long, and whenever I replay, I'm like, wait, that was it? Because I was used to it being like such a major thing, but it's just it's like a half an hour, but it just drags on.
It's so repetitive that it makes it feel forever. You're not doing anything different during the airboat section except stopping to solve either a physics puzzle or opening a gate.
Yeah, other than I really like the part where you have to like stop to open the really big gate, and you have to actually go inside the building, and like you probably know the exact one I mean, where you have to like you have to use there's the metal poles, and you have to hit them into the door to open it up.
Like swing it open, yeah.
That's I really like that part. So
it just feels like there's too much overlap in one section. Like there's some fat there that could be cut, and I would be like, oh yeah, the airboat section, yeah, that was nice, but it's just there's just too much of the same repetition.
Same with the Jeep.
Yeah, I preferred the Jeep a little bit better because at least you're not in like a dump. You're not in the canals full of acidic water.
I like the canals more.
You do? I kind of like finding like the occasional house and exploring it.
No, the problem with that is that for me is that you stop at the house, you go through it, you get some resources, and then you stop at the next house and you do the same thing over and over again.
I guess I'm more of just a on foot kind of guy rather than a on the water boat.
I'm more of a accelerated backwards hop guy.
You're the guy surfing on the pallet above the entire map. I see.
I'm terrible at speedrunning games, but there's something really, I don't know, relaxing, and I love like the Half-Life movement, glitches. Like accelerated backwards
fun.
hopping is wonderful.
It's cathartic. It has its own like in the speedrunning community. Half-Life speedruns, I feel like, have their own their own section because of how specific it is. Other than bad vehicle sections for game design.
What vehicles?
I think this kind of ties into the repetition stuff. One of the head developers for Halo said, like, the first 30 minutes of your game is your core. First 20 minutes. Like, once you've played that, and if that's not good, or if that's what the player is going to be doing for the next several hours, and that to them doesn't sound good, like, I don't know. I brought this up on my Twitter. The Mario World game design, where even just changing maybe something big or little that you haven't seen before, whether it be a combination of enemies, or new weapon, or a new kind of terrain platform, or just even the environment looking different. That can go a long way. And I feel like some game designers will just make a whole game of the same thing. Like 30 levels of just the same thing. And that's just not very fun. You want to give players something to look forward to. And I feel like some folks just don't do that.
Yeah, I do the exact same thing with Ultra Kill. Is I try to have every level have like even if it's a small thing, at least one new thing that's like a bit different, so that there's always so that you can always remember that, oh, this level, and this is this level and stuff like that, because that makes it so much more replayable and memorable, and it doesn't feel as repetitive because you always know that there's something new coming.
It's why Portal is such a well-designed game. Portal and Portal 2. It's a very short experience, but with good cause. It's taking the same few ingredients, sometimes throwing in something new every once in a while, but just working on it and making you do all these different things constantly, and it feels fresh the whole time, and then it's over. Short games are fine. I feel like some people feel like you can't make a short game. No, absolutely, make short games. Short games are amazing. Time is something we don't have enough of, so if your game is like you can beat it like in an hour or two, I'm like, hell yeah, I'll play your game.
Because it definitely feels, at least for me, because I spend most of my time making a game. I don't want to play 100-hour game.
That's exactly the same sentiment I have. I'll just go back and play old games I know I can beat really quick, pick up and put down. Like
I don't
want to play an RPG. The only one I can think of I want to play is Paper Mario, only because I haven't played it yet.
We should probably speed up so that we can get these out before we fall asleep.
I'm fine. I'm not tired at all, but I don't know about you two.
It's 6 p.m. here. I'm fine.
Okay. All right. We'll just keep going. Outside of the stuff that Ultra mentioned.
Was it? Oh.
Yeah, I didn't actually answer yet, but outside of the things that Ultra mentioned, let me think. Something that's a really interesting problem in especially Ultra Kill is finding the balance between, like, for an example, 2-4 Code of the Corpse King it has like a 1 minute or a 2 minute like section of just quiet where you're not really doing much, and that's really important for when you're playing shooter like the whole game in a row. But when you're, for an example, trying to get a perfect rank, then it kind of becomes an issue where it's like, well, now I have to wait for like a minute before I get to try again properly. So there's a really interesting design challenge in trying to both find ways to keep having these low points in pacing, but in a way where it doesn't detract from if the player has to play that level over and over again, and always have to find. I always have to find sort of. Also, I have to make sure that every level, like, there aren't really annoying levels, because that's gonna completely ruin the replayability if people get going, oh, I don't want to replay that level.
The
so
Abyss.
It's also. So it's also it's just very this sort of when it comes to because replayability is such a big thing for me. So it's very difficult to keep designing levels that are both sort of intriguing in pacing, having these atmospheric sections, but in a way where it doesn't get boring or repetitive if you keep playing it.
I think that is a good, like, worth ethic to have for something if you're trying to make it replayable.
Oh.
Go ahead.
So, like, if the the Corpse King level was hard for you design-wise, it's funny because it was also I hate it also, as in it was programming and making the trams was.
Yeah.
This is kind of related, but not really to the question. I think I might slip it in. I spent so many hours on not only making the tram but also debugging a terrible issue where the tram just goes through the wall. I hate that, and not only that, but that level loads like starts in 30 seconds, so it's the worst level to debug things.
No, this is like specifically not
this level
just
is
the
cursed.
pacing, but yeah, like when you press the play button in Unity Editor, it takes like half a minute to actually start the level because this level in particular is so big. It has so many of these sort of separate models because all the walls are like different kinds of things stacked on top of each other. So all that copied over and over and over, and takes like half a minute for the level up to actually start, and it's such a pain to actually do any testing in it.
So it was design heavy, and it was very programming heavy too. So it's a cursed
Luckily,
level.
I think it came out well.
Yeah. I'll drop a video on the chat.
I definitely need to use the trams more. It just has to be because luckily
Definitely
we do have
now.
the level editor. We're getting the level editor, so people will be able to use those trams for all kinds of fun stuff. But I definitely feel like I've done you a disservice by only using them in that one level.
No, that was the idea at first, and yeah, I'm sure people are going to make good use of them in the level editor, and I'll start like recording actual documentation videos soon, so I'll probably cover the trains too.
Oh yeah, and there's a fun detail that almost no one ever notices is that if you use the tram to go back to the starting point at full speed, it'll actually like bonk into it'll like dong, and you get like screen shake when it hits the starting position because it's like a quick stop there.
I'd say it's kind of a shame you didn't put an instant stop at the last one. Like they look similar, and it fits visually, and
Yeah, but the problem with that is that it breaks the atmosphere because it's a comedic thing.
I mean, yeah, okay, fair enough. That's actually that answers it. Yeah.
Because the atmosphere is a very important part of that level.
Oh yeah, and I remember how the checkpoint was moved. It was just before the boss, yeah. And it, in my opinion, broke the atmosphere, but it's perfect now.
Oh, thank you.
I like that level. It felt like some real I feel like there's definitely like moments of downtime in Ultra Kill when you're going through a level where you're just getting to the next point or traveling through a location where you've already killed everything. I think downtime is super important in any FPS. It gives the player like time to think for a second. That level, when I entered it, I was just the whole time I was like, I wonder what that means. When I saw the title and I was like, there's no enemies, I'm gonna grab this. Nope, nothing. And then when I saw the giant hand, I was like, oh. I fought that and I was like, oh, I guess that's over. And then I noticed I had to go back to that one spot. But I guess you guys succeeded because when the homeboy ripped the roof off, I was horrified. That was the last thing I expected. I think it's a really, for first impressions, that level really got me. I liked it a lot. It left an impression on me.
Oh, thank you. And also a fun little detail is the ambience at the first half of the level, before the actual fight starts. That's the same. That's a different version of the same ambience that's at the start of 2-1 before you enter the actual bridge area where you see the sky. So there's a reincorporation there.
Now that I think about it, I like the downtimes and the slow moments of the game. I'd say I still prefer Claire de Luna. Yeah, that's the name. that one is just absolutely lovely. The colors, the light, especially the lighting, the music, it all ties. I'd say it's better than than Minos, at least in my opinion.
It really depends, yeah, because the Clair de Lune is perfect in that it has 0 like downtime if you already want to just get the perfect rank, whereas the King Minos thing doesn't have a shotgun. It can't really have a shortcut without ruining the whole level.
I'm sure maybe it was a little intentional, but like Half-Life's on a rail, like in the first one. That's the first thing I thought of when I saw the tram. I was like, oh, it's gonna be a fun little tram ride, and then
yeah, because bring back function vehicle, it's a right.
Funk vehicle, 2021.
Yeah.
I will say one last thing about the king. Reading the little book thing about him and like what was there, and I was like, huh. And then later seeing him appear, I was like, oh, that's that guy.
Yeah.
Shit. And then he 4 a.m'd me. He gave me a good like slap. I was carnage the first time around.
Yeah.
That was a nice reveal. That was a very cool reveal. That whole build up, I didn't expect it to be like that.
Thank you. It is one thing that I absolutely love doing is build up.
It's fun to surprise the player, and I hope I get I'll have a few chances to do that. I think I want to do stuff like that. Maybe not on the scale of. I don't think in GZ Doom I could have someone rip a roof off. If I could, then I'd probably have a lot of other options, but not in GZ Doom.
Yeah. Luckily, Unity might have its problems, but it can do that.
Yeah, you guys, like, how do I put it? I'm jealous of your tool set, but at the same time, I don't have to wait 30 seconds for a level to load, no matter how big it is.
It's just that one, and I'm sure if it wasn't made out of prefabs, but like the meshes were merged, it wouldn't be, It's.
I did actually merge the meshes.
So what loads the?
Because it's still so many pieces.
I mean, if all the pieces were a single, merged into a single mesh, it shouldn't.
Yeah, well, in that case, I don't know if we could do like occlusion culling and stuff. Whatever. It's not really important for the interview, so we should probably.
You guys could save that for your little dev time later.
I mean, is there a dev time like this when we talk and stuff?
Yeah, this is in a way, but just not that kind of, because that's very you and me. It's not very relevant to us.
We don't speak, but also we're taking too much time on right now. Okay.
Let's do next question.
Okay. I can just maybe let's do quickly those 2 Hakita ones and then just do the rest slowly and
sure.
Okay. Hakita. Were you inspired by likes of Alec Empire and Machine Girl for the music of Ultra Kill?
Not really. The thing is, actually, everyone's like talking about how Ultra Kill music's like cool drum and bass and stuff. I don't listen to drum and bass. I don't really know what drum and bass is. It's just music that I make, and then because I can't play drums myself, so I just do aim and break drum loops because I think it sounds cool. I like Alec Empire's collaboration with Merspow. That's pretty cool. Machine Girl has really cool music, but they're not really inspirations for Ultra Kill's music.
Yeah. Okay, next one. Hakita, do you already have all the other weapons and arm variants planned out?
Weapons, yes. Weapon variations, no, but arm variants, yes.
Okay, that's the Hakita questions. So. Oh, okay, another one for you. It's just not marked. The last one, I think. Alright. Did Ultra Gune Peter's mod inspire dual wield?
I don't remember, because I do remember I made a shit post on Twitter like ages ago where I was just like duplicating the nail gun to make like a joke about the sound design in Ultra Kill.
I wonder.
I don't remember if that came before or after.
I feel like it was after, but I might be completely wrong. So actually, I mean, doesn't matter. It's probably you know, when something enters your like mind subconsciously, you can't really tell, especially with things like those, I think.
It's possible. I mean, I would definitely give Peter credit that he showed how easy it would be to technically implement, since you can just copy paste the weapon.
Yeah. Most of them, at least. Okay. So that was that. Now time for questions for everyone. Oh, this one is pretty cool. Wait, did we answer that? I think we might have, but or it might be in a different form.
Yeah, we'll try it out.
What convinced you to make games in the first place? I think it.
Yeah,
place.
we did.
I think it might be in a different form, as in what convinced you, not how to just or maybe we did.
Yeah, but I think in general, because you know we did talk about how we got into making games,
Fair enough.
so I think
No.
yeah, I think that's
it'd
questions
be
do we have?
interesting
Let's see.
to
1, 2, 3, 4. We have six questions.
it'd be interesting to hear everyone's game dev experience prior to their current project.
I made some game jam games, and I have a couple years of trying to learn programming and stuff. But oh yeah, and as a kid, I made game maker games and used FPS Creator. But that's about it for me.
For me, I was programming since like I was programming for a very long time, though I don't have any formal education. I'm just an internet person, and I did make some game jam games, which they're gone. I removed them, and I made a single actually I would say released multiplayer game, but that's about it. Most of them. So yeah, I did some things, but most of them aren't online anymore. What about you, Ultra?
I have my computer science degree. I wonder if that counts for this.
Yeah.
Other than that, before I designed Treasure Tech Land, which is like a complete game, it's in the Doom engine. I made Treasure Tech the gameplay mod. I feel like that was a really good stepping stone into going into this. Not only just to get the name out there and have people be familiarized with it, but also just for me personally to be making something, testing it out in other levels to get a good idea of what I do for when I make my game. And it basically became the foundation for the game. So I could just instantly go into just making the game because I already have the base. I just need to make the levels and adjust other things.
Yeah, it's very important to get the core right before you start making the levels.
Yeah, so I'm glad I did. I spent 3 years making Treasure Tech the gameplay mod, and I won a CAC award. I'm very pleased with that.
Congratulations.
Yeah. But before any of that, I guess one experience I had of actually making games when I was younger, like in middle school. I'm a huge WarioWare fan. I even streamed it last week a few times. I was playing the Wii one with an Xbox controller with all the motion controls mapped to buttons and thumbsticks. It's horrible, but it's fun for me. WarioWare DIY, I think, is the perfect tool to give to someone that's like, do you want to make video games? Make a micro game. Make a game that'll last 4 seconds, and see if you like it. Because that game has you do everything. You do the music yourself. You do the graphics yourself, and the programming system they have is I think maybe one of the best ways to do kid-friendly programming, because it's all pre-written code blocks, but the amount you can do with them is kind of nuts. You can almost make whatever. You can make some really complex logic in calculators if you want to, or just make a simple thing where a car drives up a hill or something.
Yeah,
I spent a lot of time with that game.
Yeah, there's definitely Game Maker as well. It's very much just blocks that you put in, and that's how I was able to do stuff as a kid.
Yeah, I think software like that is really important. And at the time when I was making my own micro games, I never thought I'm gonna make a game in the future like that. No, I had fun making the micro games there. I finally got to make my own micro games, but I think that really helped out later for game design, just in a very subtle way, subconsciously. I guess it showed that I don't mind this. I'm having a lot of fun. That's it.
Okay. Next question then. Priority questions. Yeah. How does a creative process happen for you people, especially game balance, and what to add and what to discard?
It's just, in me at least, it's just iteration. I just put stuff in and I try to see if it works, and I try to fix it if it doesn't, and if I can't fix it, then I throw it away.
Okay. I'm not really qualified to answer probably, but I'd say the same thing as Akira. Iteration, just doing things iteratively, is a very powerful tool. And just when it comes to anything, probably art, game design, sometimes programming, even when you do a thing fully from the beginning to the end, it's you have a much better understanding of the thing, and you can start again, and it's better every time. What about you, Ultra?
Iteration, I feel like, is the foundation of all of this. I've had plenty of ideas where I think, like, yeah, that's really cool. I think this is a great idea. I'll make it. I'll be, yeah. And the more testing I do with that thing, either it solidifies itself in my mind where it's like, this is never going away. This is perfect how it is. Or I need to adjust this. There's been a few things where I've, for example, in Treasure Tech with the fist system where you throw things, the alt fire, you'll build up a meter when you throw things. Then you could do some super attacks back then. It had like a meter system, like a fighting game meter system. That felt so bloated. At the time, all this nonsense. At the time, it seemed like a good idea, but then you just end up cutting it out because it's either too much, it doesn't pace well with everything else, and the only way to figure that out is just to make it and then see if it works. So basically, yeah, the creative process is you think of something cool, you make it, and if it's good, it'll stay. If it's not, it gets thrown in the trash, or it gets modified to be something that can stay.
Yeah, I had a similar thing actually happen with Ultra Kill. There was a sort of super meter early on that was used for the black hole gun, and I was gonna originally think of like using it as sort of devil trigger from DMC, but like the more I thought about it, I was just, the game already has so much burst damage potential. I really don't just want to add more things that you can use to skip fights, basically. So I just decided to scrap that, make it into like separate power-ups instead, which is why we have the dual wield power-up now. And also another example is just recently I was working on a boss, and I was just like doing stuff, and it's like, oh, this will be really cool. Then I found out that you can basically just stand still and keep shooting the boss, and you'll out damage it. And then I had to basically just completely like redesign the boss of like, okay, how do I use all these things that I already made for this boss, but change it up in a way where it'll stop you from killing it too quickly before the fight gets interesting. So I won't spoil what it is, but there's people will find out hopefully relatively soon.
Lorp's Revenge.
Unfortunately, I'm too much of a stick in the mud to make like a proper boss fight out of a meme.
I know that. Listen, you know when that Wario meme came out of the look, guys, look. You know how many people messaged me asking me. You realize, like, that was right when Treasure Tech first released, and it was really like it was getting spread around. People from all corners were talking. That meme came up like at the same. It was kind of perfect in a sense because it drew some attention to it, but so many people were like, you should put it in there. It's like, oh, it's going to age like milk by the time the thing comes out. Yeah. So no. But I know how that is. Don't memes date things.
Yeah, there are memes in Ultra Kill, but they're all the ones that I feel are going to be evergreen. So they're usually just inside jokes rather than like popular memes.
If it's something that just sticks out, that's not good. If it's subtle, I think that's better. It has more lasting.
Yeah, actually, it's the way I try to do it is that when I do like a joke boss thing, I try to make it in a way where it's funny even for people who don't get the reference. Because for example, like the cancerous rodent. That's even if you don't get the CV reference, it's still a funny little thing.
Yeah, one of my friends who was like playing the game at the same time as me. We both got it like at the same time. He didn't have any idea what that was a reference to, and he thought it was really like he thought it was fun, you know, like it's like, what's going on here? This is neat. What is this? What's this giant rat?
Thank you.
And I was happy to see that he got something out of it, despite not having like any connection to it.
Yeah, because I think some games, what some games do, like, you know, as a reference, it's basically just put like a PNG on a wall or something, and I think that is just the worst thing you can do to make a reference to something, because it completely ruins immersion and it's not very interesting either way, even if you get the reference.
I think there was a horror game that had a wall of like YouTubers that got scared by it, and it's just like when you see a picture of like Markiplier with his stupid pink mustache on a wall in your scary game, I think that just immediately makes anything that could happen after that just worthless.
Yeah. All right, next question.
All right. Next question. Oh yeah,
A lot of
I missed
friends
one
on
for you. I tagged it just now.
Yeah.
There's so many
Yeah, these are good.
questions. Yeah.
Popular.
What software do you use to actually make your music? I butchered that one.
I record guitar. Sometimes I record bass. I recorded it all in Audacity. I put it together in Audacity, which please do not start using Audacity as a music making tool. It is not built for that, but I'm used to it. I'm trapped by it. Actually, writing the songs nowadays, because early on in LGS development, I didn't really write them beforehand. I just played them and then put them together in post. But nowadays, I write them in Guitar Pro 5, which is a guitar tabbing program, which is also not a music making tool, but it works because I make midis with that, and I put them through SynthFont 2, which is a really cool program for you putting sound fonts on MIDI files. It's cheap, it's really handy. I can recommend it if you guys want to play around with MIDI files. Sometimes I do additional electronic drums with FL Studio. A complete another destruction of the synths was done almost entirely in FL Studio, because it's basically just a synthesizer and drum put through like 7 layers of distortion or something. And I don't know, am I missing anything that I've used? I do use some sampling, but I edit that in Audacity. I think that's it.
Okay. Then next question. We're all out of priority questions now. So only 4 more to go.
All right.
We probably should have done the chat question way earlier.
That person, I'm sure they aren't watching anymore.
Yeah, and also because we probably could have had more people answer.
Yes, I don't know why I didn't put it in the priority question.
It happens.
It's on me.
Nah, yeah, not your fault. Trust me, you are the most skilled person running this stream.
Thanks. So.
For me, I haven't really played Halo. I played a little bit of, I think it was Halo 5 Forge on PC, but that's about it.
How about you? Any experience with Halo?
Oh, can you speak up, Ultra, or maybe that was?
Hello.
Okay.
Do you have any experience with Halo, Peter?
No.
Okay, well, I grew up with it. I remember Christmas morning, years and years ago, seeing Halo, like unwrapping and being like, little Ultra Junior being like, "What is this? I don't know what this is," and then seeing it and like seeing this big like robot cyborg man run around, beating up aliens and fighting alongside Marines. It's been one of those games that it lives rent free in my head. It doesn't have a huge presence, but I think about it often. Halo 1 to 3 I spent a lot of time with. There's countless hours of middle school spending whole weekend nights playing custom games with friends on Xbox Live from school just for hours. We'd be playing for like 6 hours in a row, just playing all sorts of custom game types. I really liked Halo 3 ODST. Halo Reach was my last Halo game. After that, it was limited experience, maybe picking up a controller once at like a friend's house. As a general, when I talk about Halo, like up to Reach, because those are like the Bungie ones, the ones that Bungie helped develop. After that, it was Microsoft Studios 343. They all excel in one way or another. The writing is incredibly stupid. I have fun with it, but those stories are not like if you look at it as a whole, it's really stupid. But those first 3 games, like the original trilogy, there is a lot of character. It's a lot of fun. There's a lot of action. It's very bombastic, cinematic, but the combat is satisfying. It was one of the first games I played where there are enemies that are mirrors of you, basically. They are lesser versions of the player character. They have energy shields, they melee, they're aggressive, and they use high-powered weapons, and they use, like, advanced tactics as opposed to, like, fodder enemies. And I thought that was really cool, because in Doom, there might be high-tier enemies, but they're not running around really fast with a shotgun circle strafing you. But all of a sudden, I'm fighting this enemy that's like, this is an actual big... I have to focus. Like, this guy could kill me if I'm not paying attention. And that, I really like that. It's always been a part of my life growing up, so... Yeah, I like Halo. I like Halo despite knowing that it's pretty flawed in a lot of ways. But I think there's a reason why it has its presence in the industry.
Definitely. Unfortunately, it was also the beginning of the end.
Basically, yeah. That's when FPS games need them consoleized and things.
Yeah.
We all know where that went.
I don't blame Halo because Halo did it well. I blame all the people who tried to copy Halo.
Basically, yeah. Everyone that tried to copy it.
And then they got all the wrong lessons.
That's always what happens.
With Dark Souls, we talked about it earlier.
Yep. People never figure out. It's looking at a project and like what made it good, and then trying to do it, and then it turns out you were off the mark. Mm-hmm. Sorry, your game is not as interesting as the what you based it off of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Next question.
Okay. So
we have 3 left.
All right.
This one is directly from some person, as in they're asking a question for themselves. It seems like. I hope they'll watch the VOD or something. My New Year's resolution is to be more proactive, so I decided to make a game. Is there any general advice you could give me?
Make it incredibly small and short.
Yeah,
have fun with it.
It's because I think almost everyone is guilty of. Everyone says this piece of advice, and almost everyone, didn't follow it.
Mm-hmm. That's why we're giving it.
Yeah,
but like
I'm here. Yeah.
This one it's probably never going to die down. People are going to keep saying this, and people are going to keep ignoring it. But it's
not saying it is still important because some people will.
Yeah. I'd say it's like the biggest part is you learn way more from making a game, from even a small game, from the beginning to the end. You like learn the things that happen near the end instead of making a large game and never finishing it, and you just only like touch the beginnings. You don't know what's after that. So
yeah, making a game and finishing a game are 2 very different things, and you really need to know how to do both before you start a big project.
I'd say game jumps are amazing for this, as in you just push yourself. You have like 48 hours, even if you're not gonna finish anything, you probably did learn something anyway. Like game jumps are amazing when you want to learn and have a forced time restriction.
Yeah, you gotta know what's in the toolbox before you can build the birdhouse. So just make it a really small birdhouse the first time around, and if you don't finish it, or you don't want to finish it because you feel like it's outstayed its welcome and you want to try something else. But just play around for a while, and once you're ready, I feel like you'll know. Maybe not, but you'll definitely try to. If you're gonna start something bigger, at least make sure you have an idea of what you're doing, and the best way to do that is just to make some really small projects, even if they don't reach completion.
Mm-hmm.
So is that the question? Yeah, I think we can move to the next one.
And actually there's a question we kind of already answered there. How much experience did you have?
Oh, okay.
We only have one.
All right. Okay, so that's the last question.
Unless there's some chat ones we want to answer, but
yeah, that's the last formal question, I'd say.
Yeah.
Okay. In long projects like these, lots of early stuff can get thrown out. What ideas do you believe would be integral to your games that just sort of didn't matter?
Oh, that was the DT meter I mentioned earlier. I just completely scrapped that idea entirely. There was a before I knew what to do with the setting, I wanted to sort of do more of like a non-Euclidean space kind of thing. But then, as I kept playing more of these kinds of games, I really realized that that's kind of people already do that so much that it's not really interesting anymore. So I just figured, I just kind of basically completely scrapped that idea. Maybe I'll revisit it at some point, but honestly, it would be an issue because Unity only has static bake like nav meshes, and you would have to fight around that to make that kind of thing possible. But I much prefer what the setting and story became since then when I stopped that idea. Because originally I was just thinking like, oh, you play as a dude who's going insane and you kill everything, and it was more of a Dragon Guard 1 kind of thing than what it became. It's much better now.
Peter, you got anything?
No, this one isn't relevant to me.
I think you have like multiple versions of Dream that you've worked on, so maybe something out of those.
I mean, it's sort of related to the question. I'm just, I don't know what I want to make usually. As in, sometimes I do have a very strong vision for something, but it's usually lacking in some area, usually gameplay. it's terrible, I know, but it's like usually I have a strong vision for the visual style and the whole aesthetic and the whole, sometimes the story, but I usually I don't know why I'm just terrible with gameplay, as in it's always somewhat of a second thought no matter how hard I try. And I scrapped Dreamed had so many iterations. I had the first attempt at this type of a game, called Dreamed, but with a T, I think, was in 2016 maybe. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I already talked about one thing, which was like the more advanced meter system that got scrapped out for a much more simplified just Vulcan punch that you just use instead, which is way more fun, I think, for Treasure Tech's melee system. The other thing that I thought would be much more important when I was making these levels for Treasure Tech Land specifically. So Treasure Tech Land is very, very clearly its whole, at least for the first half, layout is going to mirror Wario Land 4, which is a very, I want to say, cerebral, short, very good experience that keeps everything fresh. Each level has clear gimmicks. So one thing in it is there's transformations, like the power-ups. For Wario, he transforms, he gets caught on fire, he becomes as flat as a pancake. And the level works around those. But it's never, the more I thought about it, the one biggest difference between Wario Land and Treasure Tech, besides being 2D and 3D, is Armin's got a lot of guns. I don't think he needs to have funny power-ups.
Yeah.
And the more I thought about it, it almost seems like it would be bloated in a sense. Like when I was a little disappointed at first because I feel like some people are like, oh, where's the funny power-ups? It's like, I don't think you need them. I think I can have the level have its own interesting gimmicks.
Absolutely.
Without having to include these power-ups. Because guess what? You have a whole arsenal, and not only that, you're going to have tons of different weapons that you'll be swapping out in those slots and meeting new enemies and seeing new stage gimmicks. So at that point, I feel like, I just removed it from the work document because it's like, there will be some power-ups that they're not going to be a focus. I don't need them. I feel like they had a secondary role in Wario Land 4. They were there, and then you use them, and then you're done.
Yeah.
Like, I don't need to include that in my game, because guess what? You're going to be running around with a shotgun fully charged, blasting a group of imps. You don't need to have something that makes you catch on fire and whatnot, or turn flat.
There is already so much mechanically in the game, so much to explore that I feel like those kinds of things are just like little gimmick power-ups and such might just get in the way of you figuring things out for yourself about the mechanics that already exist.
Yeah, like I already have enough to work with. I think if I add more, it'll become problematic. So, unfortunately, yeah, that whole system is just that's gone, and I think it's better off for it. I think the experience will be better for it. So,
well, I think with all artists, something that applies is you almost always will have a better piece of art, like even if it's a game or a movie or a book or whatever, if you force yourself to cut something out of it. I think some people say it's 5% out of it, but just especially in terms of games, there's usually some mechanics that really don't add much and just end up being bloated. So by removing that, you get a more focused, more sort of solid feeling game.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what this all amounts to. Is throughout the 3 years of developing Treasure Tech, the gameplay modifier, a lot of it was streamlining things down, making things more simple as possible as they could, while still keeping the core that I wanted. And I think it was better off for it, especially with the reception I received. A lot of people really liked it, so I think I succeeded without making something too complex. And I want to keep that momentum in the full game without. I don't want to. I never like overwhelming the player. When I play a game and I feel like when I enter a new level and I feel overwhelmed when I figure out what I have to do for that level, I don't know. I feel bad in a sense. It's like, oh wow, you worked really hard on this, man. This is gonna feel like a chore. Or I have to keep track of all this. Like, the fun starts getting taken away.
Yeah.
So, I think simple is good. You don't have to have a simple game, but you can simplify things. And
it's important to have focus.
Focus is very important. And I'm kind of doubling down on that.
Right.
Well, I think that's it.
We managed to scare off the little hamster boys surrounding us.
Yeah, it's all gone now. We finished the questions. We finished. It's just we can chat for a bit if.
If there's any questions in the chat.
Does anyone have any last things for us to ask? Anything?
Because I think this is the last Q&A stream we'll do, at least for a long time.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll come
in this
back
form.
together in like a year or two or something to see how things have progressed.
But absolutely, there is nothing planned, so don't expect anything. Use it while you still can.
Yeah.
We got a question. Well, okay, maybe not that one, but
Zipperin asks, "Will you go out with me?" No.
Oh, that's harsh.
I don't know who you are. I'm sorry. That's a big decision.
Is pacing
a hard thing to manage in level? Sorry.
Well, I don't know. I'm not very good at level design, but at least for me, levels are very much an obstacle course. So it sort of comes naturally as long as I remember to cut things down a bit, so you never stay in one place for too long. Cough, serious Sam.
For me, when it comes to level pacing, since every level in Treasure Tech Land, one thing I want to do, there will be some levels that I would consider quote unquote long. For the most part, I want them to be short. You go there, you see the gimmick, you do the thing, you have a good time. You're done. I don't want people to feel like it's a drag. I never want someone to outstay their welcome. So levels are always short to medium, and I think that's good.
Yeah.
It'll keep things refreshing when they move on to the next place. Constantly have things to look forward to, and if they want to, they could take it slow and soak in the level if they like it. They have that option.
And they have the levels have an amazing vibe, both the and even the bonus level as well. It's just such a like good feeling to just be there because of the music and the graphics, and it's just like
fun
wonderful.
Is first when I make those levels, because it's based off of a game that I consider really fun. Warrior Land 4, I think, I call it the portal of the Game Boy Advance because it's a really cerebral short game that stays fresh the whole way. Like that, it's the same ideas, like a lot of same fundamentals was made with Wario Land 4, which is why I think it's such a masterpiece. And I want to reflect that. I want an experience that isn't like obscenely long. Like if someone plays Treasure Tech Land, it'll be a reasonable time to beat, or it'll be something they can pick up and drop at any time and not have to worry too much about it, you know? And fun, the fun factor. I think a lot of bright visuals, fun music, have it be comfy in a sense. There will be times of stress when there's a lot of enemies, but I want it to be something you'll have fun exploring and you'll have fun with the combat. You just soak it all in because it'll enhance the gameplay at the end of the day, I feel like.
Yeah, it's a very interesting thing because the reason I say vibe is it's that the levels are atmospheric, but it's very different from what usually is considered atmospheric because it's not like there's like tense music or there's ambience or stuff. It's just like you get this really strong specific mood that's always sort of this it's like a warm blanket, but always in a unique way.
Like the first level of the nature route that I've been working on or already finished, Immaculate Isle. It's like a beach themed level. You have this small little shore area, there's no enemies, you have time to look around and you see there's a cave you enter. It's this whole small cavern. There's like an indoor waterfall. There's a hole in the wall with sun bleeding through. There's some enemies. You see some fun like it just soaks in. Like you just absorb it as you go through. And I want people to feel good while they're playing. I want them to have an enjoyable experience. I want to do the complete opposite of you enter a room in a game. Like I'm sure we've all had this. You enter a room in a game and you could just feel that sinking feeling of like, I'm gonna have to be running all over the goddamn place, flipping switches and making sure I don't fall off of shit. Like, like just like this overload. I don't want to do that to the player. I want them to go through, see like, I need a key here. I see there's a place back there. I'll go check it out. But mixing that in with just like the themes of levels, like Gulgo City, the nighttime themed level I did for the demo. That's probably like one of the like favorite things I've made just because of the atmosphere.
Yeah,
so I grew up in the city as a kid and in a Air Force family, so I was in South Korea at the time, and I really like the really tall buildings and glowing lights from the windows, so I tried to channel that in from my childhood. And like you can have cramped streets, but they don't have to be like claustrophobic. It can become comfy if you do it right. Put nice flowers and plants, posters, vending machines, just make it feel so down to earth. Like vibe can be very powerful and it can enhance the whole experience. It makes it so memorable. It makes it memorable, I think.
So is that...
There's a couple small questions that I can answer.
Can I start with the New Blood one? Because...
no, there's a couple that I'll answer very, very quick.
Okay.
And what do you use to make your music? Already
Someone answered
that.
them.
Guitar Pro, Guitar Pro 5, Audacity, a little bit of FL Studio, Synthfont 2. I want to learn the guitar part for the Cybercrime team. What's the guitar tuning for that? I don't know. Meganeko made that, not me. You should ask him. And you go, Peter.
So yeah, there is a question. How did Ultra Kill get picked up by New Blood, and how is it of a publisher? I'd say, you can correct me if I'm wrong, anyone, like, but I'd say New Blood isn't a... I'd say we are not in the, not in the spot to say how is it like to have a publisher, because New Blood, as far as I'm aware, is very unique and it's extremely chill and just... I wouldn't even call them a publisher. It's just like a, you know what I mean.
It's like a developer cabal.
Yeah, I absolutely love every single one of New Blood lads, and I wouldn't mind being in this forever. So yeah,
and something very important that is like a part that's like almost unique to New Blood is that we straight up don't have deadlines.
Yeah.
There are no dates for us to meet ever. There's always stuff that like it would be good if we could reach this, but if we don't, that's completely fine. So we're just completely self-motivated. We work as much as we feel like we should be working, and that's it. And we've made good things with that.
Yeah, and I'd say that deadlines usually work in the other way around. I mean, you know, they work in the complete opposite way that people expect them to. As in, when you have deadlines, at least I don't know about others, but I just usually go bollocks, as in things start, you know, taking way more time. I start to get overly stressed about everything, but lack of deadlines makes me actually do things quicker, and I'm just becoming more, you know, performant, I guess.
Yeah.
And
So you don't really have to worry about other things than just doing the thing.
Yeah. It's like scared to think that it's so common that some people have to meet unreasonable deadlines made by people who have no idea about anything, you know, when there are like different teams in a company and like, I don't know, the human resources
there was I won't name any names, but there was another publisher that was interested in maybe picking up Ultra Kill before I had managed to convince David to pick it up instead, and they were like saying like, yeah, we're aiming for an update every 2 weeks.
Ooh.
And it's like, I will not be able to do that.
Wow, that's nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, here is just a human conversation. Just.
Yeah, it's just like, you know, what did you do this week? Not much. Okay.
That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, it's wonderful. It's wonderful.
Oh, and how did I get Ultra Kill picked up? Is I emailed Dave, and whenever he didn't respond, I sent messages to other New Blood people so that they would bug him to me. And because Dave never actually said no, I just kept bugging him until he said yes.
Dave is interesting when it comes to contacting him.
He seems like a fun character.
He's very much a character, but in, you know, yeah, it's mostly in a fun way. Yeah, he sometimes has trouble keeping up with emails, so you might have to ask him a couple times. But like, that's basically the only negative thing I can say about him. That's barely even a nitpick.
You guys seem like you have a good ship going.
Yeah,
I think it's very admirable.
Yeah, I think New Blood, honestly, even when before I got picked up by New Blood, I was pretty much already, what's the word? Like, I was already reserved to, I was already thinking that, you know, either it's New Blood or no publisher, because no other publisher actually interests me, because they all have these restrictions and things that would inhibit my creative vision and stuff, and I don't want any of that. So it's either New Blood or just that I released it by myself, and I'm really glad that New Blood ended up picking me up, because they've been a great help.
Yeah, it's like, I would say it's like best of both worlds, as in, you know, on one hand you have the stability and everything that comes from a publisher and help and the teams and stuff, but on the other you get the pretty much the same freedom as you would if you were to self-publish. Even if anything, you actually get maybe not more freedom, but you get like motivation from, you know, speaking with other New Blood devs and suggestions. It's just, you know, it's perfect.
Yeah, being in a network, I feel like, makes anyone more active. When you're being surrounded by other people also doing something similar, you have a lot to talk about. You can get things off your mind, get things sorted. It's motivating to be around other people that are. It's just you're powering each other up.
And it's just such a, you know, good atmosphere. It's especially then.
It's very welcoming. Yeah, always. I never feel like I have to pretend to sort of feel something I don't or anything like that. It's always just, I'm just being me and having fun, and everyone else is just being them and having fun.
Yeah.
It definitely feels like the kind of idealistic thing that shouldn't work, but it does work.
Jokingly well, I'd say.
Yeah, I think that's the part that surprises me the most, is there's no, like, very rarely does something like this come along, so like you'd expect it like this. I'm not sure if this will work, but it seems like you guys are doing just fine, you know, as a publisher.
I mean, it would probably be a very different story if Dusk hadn't been so successful, but because the company has had that sort of kickoff ramp, then it's managed to stay afloat thanks to such a great relationship with all the people, and like it's New Blood is a seal of quality now, and it's just like as long as there was that initial like opportunity that it's managed to become its own thing. It's managed to stay afloat, and it's wonderful, and I'm very glad it's happening, and I hope it keeps continuing.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, buy New Blood games, you fucking weirdos.
Mm,
Oh, favorite game soundtracks.
ooh.
It's a good question. It's a nice casual question.
Can I answer the entire Castlevania series?
That's not bad. It's a good pick. They got some real jams in there.
Oh yeah, especially anything by Michiru Yamane, because she does amazing job. She did Symphony of the Night and Curse of Darkness. Those are both just incredible game soundtracks. And also, yeah, I need to give big shout outs to Drakengard. The first game soundtrack, it is fucking insane. It is intense. It is grading in the best way possible. It makes you feel like you're going insane, and that's because you should be. Peter?
So, besides Ultra Kill, of course, which I absolutely love the music.
Thank you.
Ultra Kill music got me into Akira music. Yeah, that's what's been playing for most of the stream. But I'd say I don't really have favorite soundtrack from the games from any game. I usually just appreciate good ambience mostly. Though I think there are like a couple of honorable mentions, like the Talos Principle. I like the music. Yeah, like the Talos Principle music. Maybe Half-Life is probably mostly nostalgic. I mean, why I like the... Yeah, it's probably mostly fueled by nostalgia. Nostalgia. Yeah.
That's a pretty good reason to like something.
Well, yeah. Yeah, it's very subjective, but who cares?
Oh, well, that's the question's favorite soundtracks.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. I'm not analyzing it. I'm just saying what's my... Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, fair enough. So yeah, mostly Talos Principle, probably Valve music, and maybe... Is there anything else that I'm... One more nostalgic thing, something that I definitely wouldn't listen like on the loop or as normal music, but I'm really extremely nostalgic towards Neverhood and Neverhood music. So Neverhood is my childhood game.
That's really interesting music, from what I know of it.
Yeah, it's very... I don't know if I would say experimental, but it's like weird. I think that's a good
playful.
way.
It's interesting. It's fun.
Playful.
It's unique. How about you, Ultra?
I've got a few, if you don't mind me talking about it.
Does any of them include the name Wario?
I do like the music in that game, but I wasn't going to bring that up. So, Metal Slug is a huge inspiration to me. I grew up with it. The main trilogy made by Nazca before it got handed off to a bunch of SNK's goons, and who weren't the original creators of the series. Takushi Hayamura, he just goes by Haya in the credits. His music for all the Nazca games, whether it be for like the Metal Slug trilogy, like the first 3 games, Neo Turf Masters is also amazing. It's the Metal Slug team making a golf game. That game is awesome.
Never even heard of it.
Just imagine if the Metal Slug team made a golf game, and it's very fun. It's probably my favorite golf game. Besides like Hot Shots Golf.
The only golf game I've played is Yakuza.
The also stuff from like their earlier game while Nazca was part of Irem still. Stuff like In the Hunt and Undercover Cops. That dude really knows how to make jams, whether it be like something ambient, something funky, something thrilling. He touches all of it all, and it has his like signature. it's always a very similar instrumentation, but he makes all these different songs out of it. But that like Neo Geo sound, and that I still listen to his music to this day. Another like composer I'd bring up, a lot of 90s Sega arcade games, Takanobu Mitsuyoshi. I think he's most iconic for the Daytona USA stuff with his amazing singing. I'm not even being like ironic. He really puts his heart and soul into it. The Daytona guy, like Rolling Start and Let's Go Away. Yeah, I see some people. Like his a lot of the stuff that he does in his performance, he's done like a lot of Sega stuff, and it's worth listening to. At least I think it's always so high energy. It makes you really hyped to be playing the game you're playing. Like it really like absorbs you into it because you could feel like the love he's putting into the song, like how passionate he is as he sings his heart out. And the lyrics that are like in English that barely make sense, but you know what he's going for. It's always very endearing, and I love his stuff. Always very high energy. When it comes to my like favorite though, like if I was to say a favorite thing, Ridge Racer 4 with all of Namco's like super tier composers at the time, the whole game has this aesthetic that is aged like wine, and I can go back to that game without even thinking twice, even though it's a PS1 game. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. The gameplay is phenomenal. They did everything right. It's nearly perfect. The music elevates that game to a whole new level. It's all like new wave kind of jazz stuff from Japan, and some tracks go really like hard into it. Some tracks are really like ambient. The game's system is before a race starts, they'll have a suggested song for the stage, but you can pick whatever song you want. It'll give you like a bit of time to scroll through and pick it before the level loads in. The whole soundtrack, there's not a single track in that game that I don't like. All of them are really good, and it really puts you in the mood in that game. Other than that, I guess like a special shout out to like the Jet Set Radio composer and the other people that the other few contributors to those games. I like that stuff. The sampled hip hop funk stuff from Hideki Naganuma. But yeah, other than that, yeah, just that's my favorite video game stuff.
Oh yeah, two I forgot to mention. The original Rise of the Triad, amazing music.
Oh yeah.
That's an inspiration for Ultra Kill music, and also Silent Hill, the original.
Ooh,
That's
not bad. That's pretty good.
That is very powerful music, and and such a thing that I love about the Silent Hill soundtrack is that it's such powerfully, like a lot of it's straight up noise music, but people connect with it. Like if you just played them separately, people would just be like, what is this fucking garbage? This isn't music. But because they hear it in context, it like fits in, and people feel it, even though normally they would dismiss it. And that to me is very inspiring, because it really does give me the feeling that I can do stuff in Ultra Kill that's like pretty out there, but people might be able to connect with it even because of the context that it's in. So that, that's why Complete Another Destruction of the Senses is a song in Ultra Kill.
You can really amplify a moment when it's in like its context. Yeah, it really brings it to a whole new level. Just hearing something that just fits what's happening. Music is powerful. Music is super powerful.
Music is a direct route to someone's soul, because in a way, music is even, I would say, music is the most interesting at a conceptual level out of every art form, because what it is a series of different pitches played in a sequence, and somehow it makes people feel things.
Oh no.
What?
Frey paid 7,000 channel points, 7,000 cuts to redeem Sing a Song, I guess. For fuck's sake. I don't even know what song you were supposed to suggest something, Frey. I mean, I don't know, write lyrics or send a song.
This would be a perfect send-off for the stream.
Yeah, this is.
I was prepared to do my like final speech and stuff, but no, Frey has to make me sing.
You can do your final speech now, and then you can sing afterwards.
Okay, Frey, hopefully we'll figure something out, a song or something that I have to, because that's what the text field was what was for. So before that, I'll just say what I wanted to say.
Frey suggesting the ending of WIWTWM, which is just the guy moaning.
Okay. Okay, before that, I just want to say that I cannot put in words how thankful and grateful I am for, where I am right now, because I've never imagined that I would be where I am right now. Just it's crazy. I'm really thankful to, I don't know, Akira, New Blood, and everyone in the community. Really, it's not a secret that I'm, harsh on myself and very self-conscious with everything that I do, and I finally feel like I'm building up some real, confidence in myself due to Ultra Kill and just this community. And yeah, so thanks everyone.
I want to also thank the community because before Ultra Kill took off, I didn't even know what I was gonna do with my life. I was just a 20-something-year-old dude doing stuff by himself, thinking about what to do in the future and having no idea. And suddenly, just this passion project that I had been working off is taking off, and I not only will I manage to make a living with this, but it feels like it's opening up like a whole future for me to be able to not only give my games create works of art that people would actually experience and love to experience for themselves, but and just being able to actually survive doing that is just such an incredible thing, and it's such an honor. And yeah. I think it's incredibly wonderful, and I want to thank everyone from the very bottom of my heart for this amazing opportunity.
You guys are doing great work. It's really admirable seeing how far you guys are going with what you're doing. I think it's great that games like this can still come out. People can make what they want and have it be a success. I think it's amazing.
Yeah, it really is, because before the indie scene blew up in 2011 or something, when the games like Preyed and stuff came out, it really felt like that the whole idea that some friends in a bedroom can just make their own game, it was dying out. But now it's made a comeback, and it keeps getting bigger and bigger, and some people are like, oh no, the indie apocalypse is gonna ruin everything. And no, these games keep coming out. A lot of them are successful. People manage to make their entire lives, they manage to survive doing something they love, and that is just incredible, without having to make compromises, like having to have a desk job that just sucks their soul out as they try to get by, and then don't have energy to work on their passions.
You guys are like a living testament, basically, to making it work. Something on paper, that's something that you wouldn't expect, but here you guys are doing the game you guys want to make, and it's living the dream.
Yeah, living the dream.
Living the dream.
It's crazy to think that, at least I wouldn't believe myself, I don't know, a year ago, that I would have possibly have a future. It seems like it so far, and it's absolutely crazy.
I think that's
especially doing something that you love. I was just incredibly worried about ending up doing for a living something that I don't like. It's just debilitating fear. But now it seems to be going well. I hope everything will just continue going as it does right now, and I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best.
We all are, and so far it's been working out, so I hope it keeps working out. So thank you to everyone who has been helping us make it work.
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
All right, Peter, sing us a song.
I asked Frey for the link to the song, but Frey said, I mean, I don't know if it's possible to actually do haha. You don't have to be honest.
You probably don't have to do that song, but you should see something little.
I can't sing, and
Yeah, that's exactly why you should do it.
but I don't have a song, and
Wakamitai.
but no. Can you do it? Can you do it? Trio where all of us. Yeah, me, Hakira, and Ultra. That's how does that
this
sound?
is gonna be so.
Can I
good.
download some?
Trio.
Wait, Dame.
Fucking Wakamitai lyrics.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
know
a
how
romantic.
I
how
know
is
how
it-
the
how
song
is-
goes, I just need the lyrics.
what's the name again?
Wakamitai.
Bakamitai. Okay, I'll pull up some on Discord maybe lyrics so that it's live.
Right. Oh wait. Can we use that bot that plays it in the voice chat?
Ooh,
That'll probably make it easier.
but
Just
no,
sync up.
actually, we need the lyrics, don't we? And the bot only does audio.
Oh, that's okay. I have the lyrics right here.
Okay, fair enough. Actually, do we even have permissions to use the bot? I don't know if Record had configured it. I think only he might have the perms.
We can try.
Do we only the bot in here? We only have the time bot. Where's the other one?
Damn.
I don't think we
Yeah,
have any. I think
thanks.
that bot's gone. Well, someone removed it at some point.
It's still there. We just don't have the permissions to use it.
I could always. No, actually, no. That's not a good idea. Okay, so I think I should probably just screen share it. Maybe it should have a low enough delay,
Sure.
right? And we can. You all can have a.
Actually, what we can do, we can all open it up on YouTube and just do a countdown on when we
yeah.
press play.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and just
Yeah.
just use the better counting method, as in instead
Let's
of
let's all
pressing
link
on
the
1,
same
press
video.
on 0, which isn't 3, 2, 1, and 0. That's the.
Okay.
Okay, so
I'll
Link it so we all have the same.
this one.
yeah.
Hold on. Oh yeah.
I have it with the karaoke thing has the
No,
lyrics too.
that's even worse. It's even harder.
It's an honor that I get to do this with you guys. Some random guy making a game in his Doom
This is-
mod engine. Just
I'm ready.
This is the fucking Titanic sinking, and we are all singing like the final song.
I'll
I'm glad I
buffer
could-
the video. Give me a
glad I-
second. I just want to make sure that it doesn't die. Okay, there we go. So I have it set to 0, 0, and it's paused, and I'm ready. Actually, let me check the volume
Okay.
first. Hold on. Okay. Oh no. Okay.
Okay,
I'm
guess
gonna
ready?
Actually, I should screen share it too. That's even better.
Yeah.
On the stream. Okay. A new display capture. Hopefully, it's the right screen. It's not. Doesn't matter. Okay. There we go.
Okay.
Let me just.
I'll try. You ready?
I'll put this as a background. Hold on. Give me.
I'm ready.
Hold on.
Okay,
Hold
yeah.
on. Please. Center Discord. Where's Discord? Huh, it's... Oh, this is the video. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I'm just moving things around. Come on. Stream background off. Okay, this can work.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Are the lyrics on the video, or should I open the...
Yeah,
I'll
the
open
lyrics on the
thing.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's in Romanji, so you'll be able to sing.
there we go.
Yeah.
Just to be sure. There we go.
Okay. At 0.
So yeah, so we do 3, 2, 1, and on 0 we hit the button.
Okay, I'll try. You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. I'll do the countdown.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, 0. I hope we're not completely off sync.
Oh, we can start again. Let's start again, actually.
Okay, let's
Okay.
start again.
You can press K instead of space. It's way more reliable, I guess.
I just have the mouse on the play button.
Oh, it's you can miss. And okay, let's do it again then.
Okay.
0, 0, 0. Let's.
Yep. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. Perfect. Oh my god.
I sing for you.
I can't read.
I love you.
It's so desynchronized, the lyrics.
Na no ni,
No. So beautiful. Someone clip everything. It's beautiful. Clip, everything.
Mwah. Thank you, everyone. Mwah. Thank you, everyone who came. It was so much fun, and I came.
I came.
It's time to end the stream.
I'm glad I was here. Thank you for having me.
I'm glad I came.
I'm glad you came.
I'm glad
Oh my God, I'm glad I'm coming.
glad I'm gay.
What?
Okay, stop the stream! Stop the stream! Stop the stream!
The button! No, what's going on? Hold on, my mouse, where's my mouse? Stop stream.